Boom! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
From the weigh-in yesterday, the rookie, Masayuki Matsushita, 52 pounds, 13 ounces over 3 days. What a splashy Elite Series debut. And then John Cox, the Floridian, sets off a bomb, just under 32 pounds in his limit to change the face of this tournament and zoom up the leaderboard. He's in second place. And on top, he's been nursing this lead through thick and thin over 3 days, trying to win it wire to wire. The veteran John Cruz, we have got the table set for a fantastic championship Sunday. Welcome to the Bassmaster Elite Series, the start of the 2022 season. And as we have the past 3 years, we start on the incredible St. Johns River. Tommy Sanders, Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore, and Mike Sukon. And Z, it's a great playing field. It's not always easy. And boy, the guys at the top, though, are the real players today.
Well, for everybody watching on FS1, you're going to hear John a lot. The St. Johns River, John Cruz right there, as you said it, Tommy Sanders, nursing that lead that he had yesterday morning here on FS1, a 10-pound lead over second place. That has been whittled down to 3 pounds and 1 ounce from John Cox. And if there's one person in this field you do not want stalking you, that would be John Cox, one of the best big bass specialists in the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Does not hurt that John Cox hails from just south of Takeoff down in DeBerry, Florida, on the St. Johns River. He's grown up fishing this place, and it's getting to his time of the year. It was very cold earlier in the week, cloudy, rainy, windy conditions, and it has gotten sunnier and sunnier and warmer for these fish right up John Cox's alley.
Yeah, every day. It's a different tournament every day.
Yes.
Sometimes that happens out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And those who adapt, and John Cruz, hats off to him. He has adapted so well. Very impressive performance as we look at our leaderboard to start today.
Exactly right. Looking like John Cruz has already put one in his live well, and every bite for John Cruz will matter. He only got 5 bites on day number 3. And with that being said, John Cox, obviously, a lot of history in Florida, big bass waters. John Cruz, a lot of history, doing very well on this body of water. With that being said, though, in about 2 decades of fishing, John Cruz only one Bassmaster Elite Series victory, looking for number 2 today.
He's a top-tier guy, too. There's no doubt about that. That's how hard it is to win one of these tournaments out here. And who's going to be the first winner in 2022? Will it be wire to wire? This man, Virginian John Cruz.
There he goes. One. Yep, that'll work. That'll work. Clubbed it. Ouch. Trying to get this. There we go. Delicate. I wanted to be delicate. I love the bass. The bass are my friend. That's a 2-pounder. Clubbed it. He clubbed it. We're starting off. One at a time. One at a time, baby.
Solid 2-pound fish right there for John Cruz. And here's the best way to put it. Even though his lead got chipped away yesterday from what none of us saw coming, a 32-pound limit from John Cox, very, very solid start right there for Cruz.
We'll change it up a little bit. I'm gonna go to a little smaller trailer. Missile bait Shockwave 3.5. I want something just a little more. I want to be able to just steady reel it and it be really erratic. So that's what I'm going for here. You know, when I'm not in Florida, this is what I put on my chatterbait most of the time. Because when you just steady reel it, it jumps around quite a bit. because it doesn't have a lot of resistance. And if you stop reeling it, you know, to kill it, it'll have some kick to it.
That is a big adjustment as well, because it was a black and blue chatterbait with a different trailer on it all week, and now he's gone to a different color pattern with a different trailer, and he's already paid off with a fish this morning.
And every move he's made, whether it's been bait adjustment or areas that he's been fishing adjustments, John Cruz has been flawless all week. And really the other thing that we talked about yesterday, everything that has bit John Cruz this week, he really has put in the boat. Taking a look at St. John's River and all of our anglers that are at least making that run to Rodman. Taking a look at the lock right there. About a 45-minute ride from Palatka up in to Rodman Reservoir. I believe we're in the boat of Drew Cook with a great stringer yesterday, and like John Cox has kind of clawed his way out of nowhere from day number one.
It's not an all-day commitment. If you go into this lake on the
You can roll.
Ocklawaha River, you can roll out. You can maybe even roll back in, but it will take up a big part of your day.
Showing Drew Cook really early. Great camera image right there with Drew Cook.
That's a really positive sign, because he was one of the guys who made a big move this week. Started the week in 84th place, got better every day. Second biggest bag on day 2, jumped up with another great bag yesterday, went from 84th to 9th. Nothing to lose today, only one spot he can drop, so everything's a bonus going forward.
And look, we're 4 days into this, if you're watching on Fox Sports, is the guys that have trended up in weights are John Cox and Drew Cook. They have gotten bigger every single day of this tournament. Both of them saying after the day 3 weigh-in, oh, I'm on them for Championship Sunday.
Both with a lot of experience here as well. John Cruz hooked up.
Number 2. Hold up, Bubba. About the same size. Maybe a little bigger.
Those are not big bass, but those are so big for
Dude, he
Cruz
hit
right now.
Snot out of that thing. Decent little fish. Keep it going. I like the way that this is starting out. Good on that. Hook point is still sticky sharp. We're good. Just gonna keep on. It'll be all right with me. Just keep catching them on the river here. But oh, Lord have mercy, what was that? 2.6 on that one. That was a smidge heavier.
Watch his retrieve, very erratic. Streamlined his trailer on that.
Get all there.
Bait moves a little bit faster, gets a little more action out of it, but those 2 bass right there. John was stuck yesterday on one for a long, long time.
Numbers have not been coming into the boats for these anglers that early. In the first half hour is just a tremendous start, despite the size of them. Oh my goodness.
Is that a baby crown?
Oh, it is. It's his lily pad flower. Hooked up again.
It was good luck. It was good luck. Another keeper. 13.25. We'll give him 1-1. That's the plan.
Had to measure that one, Tommy, but the first 2 he did not. And in Florida, you always rely on a big bite, and you may have some that you have to measure, but those first 2 not measured. Those are, like you said, Z, I mean,
first time we've had these conditions
6+ pounds.
incredibly quick start in the context of what we've seen so far this week on the St. Johns River. It has been more than challenging.
That one
really,
hit it on that cast
days
before.
1 and 2, he did not start out on the main St. Johns River. He ended here with a few really, really big fish earlier in this tournament, later in the day. It's a good start for Cruz right there, and needed.
Oh, yes.
Needed. Just
absolutely.
Just to kind of calm the nerves. John Cruz never really has dealt with a 10-pound lead that he had yesterday, and we talked about it. Really didn't want to see a John Cox come out of nowhere, but solid start for Cruz today.
The veteran's been with the Elite Series all of its existence, and he is unflappable. He has not reacted to the highs and the lows. Very even keel, so watch out for John Cruz.
And normally when we see a 10-pound lead dissipate, it's because they slipped, but his nearest pursuer was Matsushita, who was still 6+ pounds behind coming in today. So just a little margin given away, but Cox's 32-pound bag is the big difference maker.
I feel like doing this, you're subject to catch, you know, a 12-incher, you're subject to catch a 6-pounder. You just have to be ready.
Let's move over to this rookie. What a sensational debut on the Bassmaster Elite Series. His first event is here on the St. Johns River, and Masayuki Matsushita has taken advantage of it, doing something a little bit different from everyone else, but getting a good, consistent average size on his catches.
Yeah, numbers with your leaders so far in this tournament. I mean, it looks a lot better on paper at the weigh-in, you know, when you're catching 17, 23, 30 pounds. But numbers have not been a big factor for the leaders in this event. Really only catching 6 to 8 bass every day at most for the guys that are in the top 3 at least.
We'll take a look back at a good, solid day yesterday. The Matsushita, 38-year-old fishing guide from Japan. Dream has always been to fish over here at the highest level. He made it this year. He has taken advantage.
Yeah, fishing an area on the southern end of Crescent Lake. Crescent Lake really hasn't been a big player in this tournament, but we have seen a victory in years past. It's an area that he says just a little funnel in and out with pre-spawn bass. Looked like a couple of those yesterday were post-spawners throwing what he calls a free rig, kind of a sliding weight that butts up to the nose of his Texas rig worm. Did see him lose one big one yesterday. Made a little bit of a adjustment mid-morning going to a swim jig on a lot of the cypress trees in Crescent.
One more. Super adrenaline level that comes with the first event of the year, but you pointed out he is capable of fishing painfully slow, which is not an easy thing to do.
No, he is not fishing a very big area, but one of the keys for Matsushita is having this area to himself, where a lot of our guys in the top 10, they have had a lot of company in their area all week long.
Kind of played in the background stronger and stronger each of the past, 10 years here. The Falcon Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. That's an important points race, year-long race. Matty Wong had a great splash day 1 out here, and we spent some time with him. And Masayuki Matsushita. Man, oh man, you don't get much better than that, of course, except for last year when we had a rookie go ahead and win this thing in the shape of Brian New.
Tommy, who's your guy in the Falcon Bassmaster Rookie watches here? Just give me a name. Just give me a name.
Masayuki Matsushita. I'm going to go
We're going right off the top.
I'm going, yeah.
I'm gonna creep it real down in 7th place still, and I'm gonna stick with Cody Huff. I'm gonna ride that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I said Huff early in the season or in the event,
I'm
but
sure
I
you
also
did.
said Webster would have a good one this event.
Gonna get out to Stetson Blaylock, hooked up live
This might be a big one if it's a bass. That's why you don't give up on a spot. Would you look at that fish? Look at that. Little hard knocker right down the hatch. I changed up.
What is a different day on the St. John's today, man. Different weather.
A little more natural.
Stetson Blaylock has worked so hard to be in this top 10 here. He has not had anything resembling that so far. Could that be a sign of what's to come today?
Big one right there for Stetson Blaylock. We've had a camera with him the last 2 days. We have seen nothing of that quality the last 2 days on the St. John's from Stetson.
It's a brand new tournament today. 10 anglers in it. We'll be right back.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Today, the legendary Yukon Huskies go back-to-back on Fox. First, the 24th-ranked men are in action against St. John's at 11:30 Eastern. Then the 8th-ranked women battle Marquette at 2:30 Eastern today on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
It's Big Sports Day.
Big
So
sports,
Big Sports Day.
Yeah, it kind of is.
There's a lot of things going on today.
Yeah, it just occurred to me. That's a good call. Big day today. Championship Sunday. We're always down to 10 anglers after 3 full days of fishing. The conditions are nothing like these post-vernal conditions we've had during the first 3 days. Really has a different look to it. I think the start had a little bit different feel to it as well.
Definitely, if you really look at the first 3 days of this tournament, very, very high skies, light winds. We had cold nights Thursday and Friday night. But we also made the comment, man, with the changing weather, just adapting, changing your techniques, maybe your areas every day, like John Cruz has done, well, that might pay off. Starting to see a different, well, obviously, weather pattern, and seeing a different gig from John Cruz at least the last 2 mornings.
Felt like something whacked at it. Wasn't like a real hard. Got him. Another 2-pounder. Hold up, brother. I said, one hit it. I'm pretty sure one hit it right there. Yeah, it's right at 2 pounds, I'd say. Who's in there? How's it going, buddy? Go under.
5 fish constitutes
putting them in
the
the boat?
limit here. The limit in the first hour would be huge.
2 more pounds. I'll go ahead and retie that just to be safe.
Throwing a very dark bladed jig with a missile D-bomb
Spro
trailer.
scissors here. I'm throwing 20-pound Sunline Sniper. That's what I always throw a chatterbait on. Sometimes I'll downsize a little bit if I'm trying to get it a little bit deeper. But cashing chatterbait rod, it's hard to get a good chatterbait rod because some people try to use too stiff. If you have too limber, then you can't cast it accurately. Yeah, we're good there. So need the right rod. I think I may have torn up my little swim bait. Yep, I tore up my swim bait. Get a new one.
Man, he's getting a lot more bites early this morning than he did yesterday morning throwing that darker chatterbait. Going to that color right there has been huge for Cruz this morning on Championship Sunday. Well, you know things are good when your hands are that beat up 4 days into the event.
Down there real straight like. Best I can. Oh look, I can test for whatever, blood.
That's what 28 pounds on day one will do for
Yeah,
you.
that
another
was on
17.
Monday.
Hey, and look,
Or
obviously
day
we're
one.
going to keep our eye on John Cox today, but the way Cruz has fished this tournament,
Approved. Let's do
from
it.
starting out deep in Rodman, making adjustment yesterday, making the main
ready
St.
for old
John's
Bacon.
River work, he has fished flawlessly this tournament.
You one hit it on the fall. That thing was falling and I felt thunk. How about that?
Again, we're down to 10. We started with 94. Had a couple of cuts, and now we're down to 10 anglers for Championship Sunday. Our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake shows us how they are distributed around the St. John's.
Yeah, taking a look at the Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, it's just a different St. John's from years past of covering tournaments here. Seeing a lot of guys fishing up in the springs, which is common off of Lake George, but man, Lake George, not a player at all. And did I just see John Cox
I
is
think you
actually
did, which
up
is
in
not
the
where we
springs,
expected.
which is not where he caught them yesterday. A very interesting move right there, seeing John Cox up in the springs. From there, as you take up near the canal that goes into Rodman, you see Patrick Walters, Austin Felix, Stetson Blaylock. Look for, well, at least 3 of those anglers to be up in Rodman pretty soon. John Cruz, your leader right now, utilizing the main St. John's River, but more than likely you will also see Cruz make his way into Rodman.
One big thing with maybe John Cox's style is that the springs maybe are more visible low light, and maybe the lily pad areas he was sight fishing in, that he maybe needs to wait a little longer into the day, hoping for brighter conditions.
Drew Cook and Rodman.
All right, guys. Well, we're fishing today. That's all I can really say about it. We had us a little stumble on day one and made a rally, and went from 80th to the top 10. So can't complain with that at all. I just stopped on this patch of pads. We're going into Rodman, and the past 2 days, I caught a almost 6-pounder right here the second day, and yesterday I pulled up here and I caught a 5-pounder right there. So I had to stop on it first thing this morning just to try it, but see if it'd get me one more. But it doesn't look like it's gonna do that. We're fixing to run over there across the lake, throw a top water and a little wacky rig. A new bait from Big Bite. It's called the Sensation. It's just a 5-inch trick stick, but it's got a new scent formula. The same thing I'm pitching on these pads right here. And I don't think that's hurt at all. I think that's really been key to be able to get some of these bites that a lot of these other people haven't. Because not only is, the bait look good, but when they smell it and they don't let go of it. So it's been key for me. And then we're going to beat the bank and see if we can find a couple on bed. I'm gonna keep the stuff off the bank that I actually thought I was gonna catch them on this tournament. Keep it honest too, just because the weather's right to be able to catch them out there. Throwing a Spro Little John MD, a jerk bait, and a Ruco rattle trap. If they start biting on that, we can probably get rich real quick or get right in a hurry. So, but we're fixing to run down the lake and go throw a topwater. Hopefully we have some big ones blow up for you. I stopped here both days though. It was when there was a lock going out and there was current like ripping through here. I think that might be something for it. So we will try again later.
He is a big fish player, and like John Cox, trying to pursue John Cruz. Drew Cook is a scary man on this body of water.
Well, everything looks different about this day except the wind. It is just flat and has been so for 4 days, a rarity in the state of Florida. There's our TH Marine Weather Watch. The high today of 65. Low tonight. Well, the weather's going to change again. Big front coming through tonight, but that will be after our fishing time.
Yeah, looking at that TH Marine Weather Watch, it was warm last night. That low is going to be tonight. It only got down to about 50 degrees, maybe slightly warmer. The biggest thing is kind of look for the wind to arrive in the next couple hours, which is almost exactly what these guys faced in their first day of practice last weekend.
See what that brings. What John Cruz, our leader, has brought in is almost a limit early on. About the best early catch we've seen in our coverage all week long. And Stetson Blaylock hadn't seen anything that size since day number 1 when he knocked out over 20 pounds.
Well, the story this morning, John Cruz, 4 fish already in his live well. No giants, but very solid ones.
Underway on Championship Sunday.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Hey, thank you for being with us live on this Sunday morning. A rather big-time sports Sunday here, and it is a big day for the Bassmaster Elite Series. First stop of the year, as it has been the last 3 years, right here on the St. John's River in Florida. It has been sunny Florida for 3 days, and now it's a different look to the weather, maybe a different feel to the fishing. John Cruz is trying to go wire to wire, the veteran of every year of competition of the Bassmaster Elite Series, looking for his second championship trophy. We are on him, and he has had a fast start today. Already 4 keepers, 5 fish, of course, makes a limit. He can build from there.
You know, you could see John Cruz, actually, a lot of his damage this week has been done up in Rodman, already with 4 fish in his live well. He gets 1 big bite on the main St. John's River. He may stay there all day today.
Our Bass Track, our unofficial live scoring just shows John Cruz and Stetson Blaylock, the only 2 of our top 10 with keepers in the boat so far.
Tommy, I'm not going to say that this bodes poorly for John Cruz, but he would be, and this is our 8th trip for the Elite Series to the St. John's River in the 17 years of the Elite Series, so 8 times. We've never had a wire-to-wire winner on the St. John's River. John Cruz could be the first this week to do so.
Of all of the Elite Series tournaments we've had here.
All the Elite Series events. Actually, all of the Elite Series events, our champion has been outside of the top 15 after day 1 of this event almost every time, except for our shortened event that was only 3 days. So there have been major changes on day 2 and 3 for the future winners to gain ground, and that's looking at our top 5 coming into today. Cruz was in first since the get-go. Cox started in 57th, Massa started in 41st, Walters in 13th, and Felix in 37th. So a lot of our top 10 has came from nowhere.
Yeah. Through that history, sprinkled a few days where the winner has come from
major behind
the top 5 to start the final day.
Yeah, we're just going to keep fishing up through here till the pads kind of end, and then we'll run around and hit another stretch. That other stretch we hit the other morning.
Of course, John Cruz started this tournament day 1 with 28 pounds, really just putting himself way ahead of the field. Of course, he had a mission after that, protect that lead.
Yeah, exactly, and really starting off this tournament the right way with 28 pounds. And now we can kind of break down what he was doing in Rodman, much different. A lot of the guys that were fishing off their forward-facing sonar were kind of 7 to 10 feet of water. John Cruz, 15 to 25 feet of water out in that minefield of timber. And he said, man, that is the one thing I do not want to talk about, how deep that I am fishing out in Rodman, an area that was totally ignored from the rest of competition, doing his damage on a sinking jerkbait, backing it up with a drop shot. And then later in the day, on days 1 and 2, we saw big calls back in the St. Johns River when he would lock out of Rodman. But really, days 1 and 2, fishing deeper than everybody else in Rodman was key for Cruz.
For Cruz getting the most bites out of most of our anglers that were doing the forward-facing gig, that explains it. He had a lot more fish in that depth zone with the colder winter that we've had in Florida. But he said it yesterday, I think they're running away from me when he made that adjustment and caught that big one in the clump of lily pads. He made that adjustment, catches his biggest yesterday, and he said that I'm not seeing them out there. I feel like they've moved.
But it's almost like there's been an uncanny ability with John Cruz, which we've not seen in years past, of in this tournament making the right call at the right time, whether to bail on an area or bail on a technique, a bait change. Every single move Cruz has made in this tournament has been perfect. And with a lot of your other anglers in the top 10 that we have seen giant fish losses, that has not been the case. We have not seen John Cruz lose a bass all week long.
For John Cruz, the St. Johns River, Tommy, is kind of like his home field advantage. He doesn't live in Florida, but he has such a good feel for this this gym. This is his Lambeau field. He has a great track record at this body of water. A second place finish, another top 5. Rarely misses the cut halfway through the event. Is always a factor early in the event as well.
And just unusual, like very, very calm.
Oh, yeah.
Like dialed, just a different
Cool,
John.
calculated,
Yes.
committing to what those decisions he makes, too.
Yes.
Until they don't work anymore, and has no problem switching.
Well, it's a nice thing that it's pretty, every decision's worked this week.
Yeah, that's nice.
Cruz is a 17-year Elite Series pro, guys, but he's got 1 win. That just shows how hard it is to get victories. But like we mentioned it, every year he shows up at the St. John's. The only year he didn't was last year, and it was a 60th place finish out of our 90-plus angler field. And he's had some giant days as well. He has been the pursuer oftentimes on the final day with a giant, he had a 30-something pound bag here to jump into 5th from 10th, and then other years he's been, I believe this is 2020, yes, in our shortened event he's factored as well.
Right, and if you follow the Bassmaster Elite Series, everybody coming into this morning obviously is looking at John Cox because he dominates when bass are shallow and catching 32 pounds. Well, you're focused on a guy like John Cox this morning, but John Cruz's history here is unbelievable as far as catching bass like that.
And he's done it in the canals in Willaca, right above Lake George. He's done it in Lake George as well. He's done it around Dunn's Creek region, and now he's doing it around Rodman for a lot of his tournament.
All right.
Something he's never done
Yeah,
either.
St. Johns River is one of those places, it's just kind of always been special. In bass fishing in general, I love all of the history, all the places that we've historically had tournaments for years and years. Gunnersville, Lake Seminole. I think those places are just awesome, and this is also the place where you can come and catch a 10-pounder or 11-pounder on any cast. It's a tidal fishery. I like tidal fisheries. I grew up fishing the James River and the Potomac. There's some similarities to both of those fisheries here, and I think that a lot of guys, they don't even know what tide they're fishing. They're just going fishing, and they show up and the water's higher or lower than they thought or expected. So that's a big deal. When I came in second here to Mueller, we had that crazy wind blowing out of the west for a couple days, and the water blew out of a lot of areas. It was so it got super shallow, and they moved to different types of places, and that was, that one really kind of worked out. This tournament is a little different because we had cold conditions. The fish really didn't start moving up on beds until during the tournament, and I put my put my game plan together for no bedfish. I didn't look, wasn't concerned with it because I didn't think that you were going to be able to catch enough on the first 2 days to make it to when it would be, saw a little minnow skipping, to make it to when you could fish the spawners. And now that we have this weather, I'm glad I'm not trying to look for them on beds. I mean, if you've already got them pegged, you know, that's kind of one thing. But if you're looking for new fish, it's really hard without the sun in Florida to find them. And this week, fishing a little bit deeper on Rodman. The first day mainly. The second day, I caught one good one down there and caught some in these pads, a couple better ones. But you know, just kind of going fishing, and the history that I've had here does help to where I know, you know, like for example, these pad lines. You know, some pads are deeper than others. If you're low water fishing, you want some of the deeper ones, you know, so you can hit these outside edges. If you want more flat ones, scattered ones, I know where some of those kind of places are, which are better on higher water. That kind of stuff is just, you know, comes from experience and bouncing around and fishing and trying different places.
John Cruz from Tidewater, Virginia, his only other elite win in a tidal San Joaquin and Sacramento River Delta, all the way across the country.
Opposite end, yeah.
Really good river fisherman, obviously, throughout the years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Going to head back down to the Springs. Just to clear something up, John Cox is not in the Springs off of Lake George. We're trying to get good cell service with him because he's kind of in a little hidey hole.
He's in the backwoods.
He's in the backwoods, John Cox is. We're going to get down with old Bob Downey.
Yet not that old, actually.
He's not, but it just sounds really good.
He does.
Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Bob Downey really has, if there has been a winner out of the Springs off of Lake George, it would be old Bob Downey this week. We did see a big fish lost by Bob Downey late yesterday afternoon. That fish right there got it. Kind of lived with a lipless crankbait throughout this tournament. You did get to see a big topwater fish yesterday.
Yes.
Oh, Bob.
How about this staggering stat? 0 20-pound bags weighed in yesterday from the St. John's, but we did have a 30-pound bag
Just
weighed
kind
in
of,
yesterday.
we skipped it.
Yeah.
That has never happened.
No, it's never happened.
Not even close. Not even close. It is unusual. Every year it seems like
it's been an unusual tournament.
It's been a very unusual tournament, but very entertaining. I'm so glad you're with us today. And John Cruz, your leader, trying to go wire to wire. Look at him, having jacked his lead back up to 10 pounds. That's how he was riding high on days 2 and 3. Let's see if he can hang on to that. So much more to come. Really just getting started on Championship Sunday here on the St. John's River.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Championship Sunday, 4th day of 4 days of fishing here on the St. John's River for the best in the business, the Bassmaster Elite Series. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite. That was Bob Downey. Bob Downey, pride of Hudson, Wisconsin, grew up on the St. Croix River, made the move over into Minnesota.
Exactly,
Yes,
west side of Minnesota.
Yep.
Detroit Lakes, fun place to be in the summertime. We're going to get back down to the Springs off of Lake George. Whoa, Bob Downey. Just trying to make a comeback here in this tournament. Rough day 2, only catching one bass, but it was a good one. Just under 7 pounds. Bob Downey live.
All right. Yes.
You notice both of those fish really getting his bait.
Oh, that one. Yes, baby. All right. Yes, dude. Might be sitting there. That's a good one. That's a 5.
5 pounder for Yo Bob Downey.
Championship Sunday.
Good fish right there, and making that lipless work again. A lot of guys have had to adjust. There was some sight fishing went on here on days 2 and 3 with the warming temps. Bob Downey with a solid work.
Days 2 and 3, Bob Downey catches a big fish. On day 2, it had to sustain him, day 2, it had to sustain him all day long.
This is his 3rd trip to the St. John's. How about this? 82nd and 87th. So he's obviously having his best time and figured something out.
Old Bob Downey is possessed right now.
Yes.
Man.
All right. Dude, it's going down right now. Yes.
Boy, if you tuned in yesterday on Bassmaster Live, it was a circus of recreation in the Springs.
Yes.
Jet skiers, Kenny Powers, kayaks. It was Florida going
We
down.
need to settle down.
It's going down for Bob right now, Tommy, but it has to. He's down by 13-6 starting the day. He has to have a 30-plus pound bag to win this event.
No doubt.
He got close on day 1. He had a 7.5 pound fish in his 27 pound 4 ounce bag. In 2nd place.
Oh, he has got them fired in that little. You can see that water move a little bit right there. And really what makes those springs very special, a lot of our viewers that fish there know this, water's a lot cleaner in those springs. The other thing that you get out of those springs, water is a lot warmer than the rest of the system. Generally 62 to 65 degrees is what we've seen this week so far. Good start for Bob Downey.
You just heard him say it's going down in here right now. Maybe a little less sunshine in this clear water gives the fisherman a slight edge.
Gosh, that one hammered it.
He has got them fired. Get back in there. That bass right there actually puts Bob Downey now in 2nd place.
13.5 pounds caught in the last 10 minutes.
Started in 7th. That is a huge movement. Obviously, he is not done yet. We'll let him get this one sorted out and get ready to go again. Take a quick trip over and take a look at Micah Frazier, who endured a terrible day, too.
Yes.
Just about everything that could go wrong went wrong for him. Hats off to him for staying with it. He persisted, and he is in the top 10 today.
Only catching 7.5 pounds on day number 2 with Micah Frazier. Backed it up yesterday with just under 15. And we talked about it. Saw Micah Frazier lose a couple big ones on day number 2. Also in the Springs off the west side of Lake George. of Micah Frazier's damage
Golly.
throughout this tournament with a suspending jerkbait.
Jumper. Jumper.
I thought he was letting him go.
No. Stop.
Scary.
Look at that.
Yeah.
You see all that bait? Holy moly.
Not in this circuit.
No, don't do it here. Like a Frazier with one win on the Bassmaster
this
Elite
one
Series, a
barely
very
hit it.
different looking place,
I don't
St.
think
Lawrence
he's
River.
that big. Oh gosh, he actually is decent. Oh my gosh. He barely ate it. I thought I had a tiny one. Freaking giant. Yes, baby. It's going down. Championship Sunday. Yes. Yes, sir. Dude. Ooh, I thought that was like a 12-incher. You kidding me right now?
A little bit grainy, some really tough service in that area where Downey's at. There's tough service all over the St. Johns River.
Yeah, it's
Celsius.
Another 5. Wow. Already pushing almost 20.
Oh my gosh, dude. Well, gosh, if we can get one more and maybe call that.
We say that if you want to win a St. Johns River event, day 3 and day 4, you better have a big bag. And Tommy, is it too soon to crown one? Marathon peak performance, Bob Downey?
You want to crown
with the
him,
last
you crown
20
him.
minutes.
How about your marathon peak performance? Oh, Bob Downey in the last 20 minutes. Unbelievable. It's been kind of a fair word to use in the Springs. It's been grimy the last 2 days
Sure.
as far
Scratchy.
as number of bites. Pretty much every angler that has fished in the Springs the last 2 days said, oh, you know, it's one here, one there. Well, the springs off of Lake George have ignited early today. Your marathon peak performance is Bob Downey. On Championship Sunday, doing his work with a lipless crankbait. You notice he's kind of just pumping it, worming it. But that one key cast that he has found here on Championship Sunday is your marathon peak performance. That right there, by far, has been the biggest flurry we have seen on camera this entire tournament.
We have been missing this all week long.
13
and he's
minutes
not
of
done
damage.
Yet. He is not done yet, folks.
Unbelievable.
I'm not going to let him alone for a while.
He is
Don't
the
leave him alone.
Jamar Chase of Championship Sunday.
Okay, here we go.
18 pounds and 8 ounces. I think that's pretty conservative. Very, very impressive. Bob Downey, marathon peak performance so far today.
Going from a giant deficit to just a couple, 2.5 pounds back
Ow.
to John Cruz right now. Big changes, and Cruz has not been laying off either. He's got 4 fish in the boat also, so that is a big development for Bob Downey, looking for his first ever Bassmaster Elite Series win. Still early yet. We got so much fishing yet to come here on the incredible St. Johns River. You're watching Bassmaster Live, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite, and we will be right back.
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
We've been fishing a little more than an hour, not even 2 hours yet. This morning, early on the St. Johns River at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite here. First stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. John Cox, the veteran, been here for every year of the Elite Series, trying to win his second championship out here. And he started the day with a lead of, well, almost 13 pounds ahead of the man who was in second place there, Bob Downey. Things have been happening, though, during the course of this morning. We have seen some dramatic action, and a lot of it from John Cox. Put 4 fish in the boat really quick, almost there to a limit. But that does not compare to what we've seen from this man right here from Minnesota. Bob Downey looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series trophy. He's been working in this area, the Springs, for a while, and he has had tremendous success. He is on a run right now, a big limit in the boat.
See, there's so many fish on, so much activity on 360 and live up here. I know there's more down there. I can see him right in front of the boat. And live. You can come up here if you want. Like, look at all the bait right here. And then you can see the ditch right here. I'm gonna swing him, you might wanna get back. Actually, I'm not gonna swing him.
He's even nice when he tells somebody to get back. He's really kind.
Yeah, it's
Yes! Yes!
Uh-oh.
Oh my gosh. No, hung up.
Where did the bass go, Z? Where did the bass? I still haven't seen it.
What's going on right now? What's going on? The freaking hook buried in a cable here. 1 second. Oh my god. Complete pandemonium, folks. Complete pandemonium. What the heck? Oh my goodness.
Come on, Bob.
Oh my goodness.
Is he in the steering wheel?
I'm not sure what's going on here, Bob. Come on, oh, Bob. Oh, my God.
I've never seen that before. Nice fish, though.
Are you freaking kidding me right now? Oh, I can't believe I didn't catch him on day 2. I think if I did, we'd have a shot to win this thing.
You know what's going on in your mind right now?
Dude, it's insane. Dude, that one's a 6. Came on the Arashi vibe too, boys and girls. I mean, there's so much life in here right now. It is insane. Oh my gosh. I forget to get rid of that one. That wasn't doing well, but it's fine now somehow. That's a good call. Make sure we got 5 quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
There's your leader.
3.
Wow. Leader. Pound ahead.
4, 5.
I'm not going to say.
Dude.
Bob Downey's a great human being, okay?
You picked him coming into today. You said, my eyes on...
I did, in fact.
No. Oh, okay.
Storm, Arashi vibe, lipless crankbait, Bob Downey coming out of nowhere the last 20 minutes.
13 plus pounds back of the lead. Just a little while ago.
We've seen this. Rick Clunn in 2019.
We didn't see it in 20 minutes.
No, not in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
What a morning.
It was 13 pounds
one.
plus
I've been
back.
mixing up with a couple different traps, but that 6 came on a vibe. I mean, there's just fish going nuts like all up through here, dude. it's kind of what I've been doing this week when I've been throwing a trap, is just mixing it up. Everyone has a little bit different action and sound, and this Arashi is a lot quieter than most. It's a lot duller, which I think at times can be good, because I think they hear a lot of real loud rattle baits. A lot of times, most lipless baits are loud, so just throw something in there a little different. Every single big fish, day 1, 7-pounder, day 2, 6-pounder, and now day 4, that 6-pounder, have all come on this Arashi vibe. I don't know, it's just something a little different. I did really well with it on Tennessee River last year too. Insane, man. I'm so thankful for the morning, but I'm gonna be wondering all day, what if day 2 was a little better? But what do you do? Oh my gosh. I'm like sweating, man. Got manatees in here.
Said this place is full of life. That is an understatement right there. It's full of life, and he has changed his life perhaps in 20 minutes right there. That was phenomenal.
At minimum, a big pay upgrade from 7th starting the day into the top 3 or 4 right now. Maybe he's in the lead. Obviously, holding on is a possibility now.
And really, if you look at what's transpired from at least a technique standpoint, these are the exact conditions that we started in practice. And we got to hear a lot of anglers that are not fishing today say, I crushed them in low ceilings where we had rain and we have wind coming later. A lot of the anglers that had great practices were catching them the same way. You're seeing Cruz and Bob Downey catch him today.
All right, well, great to have you with us. Great you were able to see what we have just witnessed here, and welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Right now, though, we also have coverage, great coverage, coming all week long from on-site on the lake, and that would include our colleague Dave Mercer. There he is, Dave, right now. Dave, you just saw this go down. What words do you have to describe what we just saw?
Oh, Bob, look at that bass. It's a lot bigger than some others. Nice. Old Bob is putting on a show this morning. But, guys, stop after stop every single time we come here. That happens. I mean, if you remember our last segment yesterday when we were talking, right after we got off, you know, we were talking about somebody's going to make a charge. Somebody's magic is going to happen. And, you know, I got thinking, I'm like, it's the same as last year. You know, at that time last year, nobody was talking about Brian New. And I'm going to tell you, although we've seen fireworks with Bob Downey, it's not the only guy that's going to have fireworks today. I just really feel like, I mean, the anglers, I'll be honest, on the dock this morning, they were a little punch drunk. I think they, you know, got beat up when I repeatedly asked them, what went through your mind when you heard that John Cox had 31 pounds and 15 ounces, and nobody had a good answer. They all kind of just shook their head, and we learn over and over again. Going into yesterday afternoon, everybody was giving this tournament to John Cruz. As of this morning, everybody was giving this tournament to John Cox. We learn over and over again, the moment that you start to think, oh, it's over, the St. Johns River belongs to this guy, the St. Johns River reminds you where you are.
Dave, obviously we have a big game later today. The big game is later today. I don't think we're able to say the actual words due to legalities, is what I'm hearing on the street. But here, real quick, old Bob Downey is the flurry that we just got to see from him. Unbelievable. But old Bob Downey kind of has a Joe Flacco-like attitude. He's just kind of, it's just going to happen. Am I right?
Yeah, he does. I mean, old Bob is very mellow. I mean, he's just a really mellow. And that, you know, to say that, if you look at the greats in this sport, the history of this sport, I honestly think that is one of the most important traits. I mean, if you look at Hall of Fame careers, really the only spaz of the bunch is probably Mike Iaconelli. And really, a lot of that is outward spaz. When you see him fishing, he does calm down a lot more, but old
Not
Bob
much.
is definitely a very relaxed, chill person. And we do have a big game coming up at the weigh-in at 3:30. That's what we're focused on here.
It's Super Sunday for us, that is for sure. Let's not forget John Cruz. Talk a little bit about what he's been able to get done this week, what you admire about his effort all week long, Dave.
Guys, I said it kind of from day 2 of the tournament, I believe. Cruz has been remarkably calm and kind of calculated this week. Even, I asked him, what he thought when he saw 31:15, and he said he thought he heard it wrong, was his initial answer. But I feel like although everybody kind of was shell-shocked by that giant bag by Cox, everybody kind of got that vibe that they can chew today. But if you look at John Cruz, he's been remarkably calm this entire tournament. Every single call he has made, for the most part, has been correct from what I've seen. And really, it'll all just go down to if he can hold on and win this tournament. It's like one of those NASCAR races where seems like they're running out of gas, and somebody's coming up behind him, and that one, it was John Cox yesterday, old Bob Downey today, and who knows who it'll be as the day continues to go on. But a great top 10, and man, I love the St. John's River. For all those people that every once in a while say, you always go to Palatka, why always? That's why. The last 20 minutes is why.
Dave, that's exactly where I was headed to right there. You've been the Bassmaster Elite Series MC for a long time, and Bassmaster Elite Series goes to a lot of famed big bass venues. Would you put this, as far as memories that have happened in tournaments, can you put another venue at the top of the list with the St. John's River from your history?
I don't think you can. I'm thinking of it. We've had tremendous events, on the St. Lawrence River and stuff. But when you look at what's happened here and Clun's 2 victories here, there is always magic. And even this week when we had, miserable pre-fish conditions and where many people said, it was going to be really tough, it always shows out. I mean, it is a tremendous, tremendous fishery. And as frustrating as it is for some anglers, it doesn't matter. Always our top 10, we see these kind of fireworks. I mean, this victory doesn't ever seem to just smoothly ride off into the sunset. It's an emotional roller coaster, basically. If you watch, yesterday's weigh-in was an emotional roller coaster, but it's never over until it's over. And people are going to say, well, of course you're saying that because that's what everybody's supposed to say. But just watch the past tournaments. If you don't believe what people are saying, just go back and watch last year. Brian New with the giant charge. It's year after year. There is craziness, and it always happens here. So my answer to that is, this has to be the most historic. There's no other fishery where I've held up fish on the stage as much as here. You know what I mean? When people weigh in those giant limits and me and Tripp would hold up all 5 with them and stuff like that. It's a wild, wild place.
Well, he's wound
Dave,
up today.
thank you
He's
so
wound
good
tight.
stuff,
He
Dave
is
and
wound
Davey.
up today. I like it.
We'll be taking over our coverage in a little while, but Dave, laying down the master list of reasons to stay with us this morning. We've got so much going on. Downey lighting it up in here. Probably not done yet.
Cannot stress it enough. We thought power fishing might start to play, which we've not seen. Guys chucking, winding. Well, the change in weather has definitely shown what these guys found in practice is starting to play again.
All right, if you're just joining up with us, Bob Downey was in 7th place half an hour ago. He has gone to town, erased a 13.5-pound deficit. He is now ahead of our leader for the first 3 days, John Cruz. Just absolutely incredible stuff, but that's what the final day here at the St. John's River is known for. We will be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Next Sunday, it's the most iconic day in all of motorsports, the Daytona 500. The Great American Race kicks off the 2022 NASCAR season at 2:30 Eastern, 1:30 Pacific, only on Fox and the Fox Sports Sports app.
Tom, I want a pick. Give me a pick.
I don't have it for you.
You delayed us till Sunday.
Set
and
us
now
up
you're
next
delaying.
week. Set us up next week, though, on Saturday.
I will.
Want a pick then, my
I'll
friend.
give you a rundown. I'll give you the top 10.
I know you will, boy.
This Sunday, well, it's a big day as well. Championship Sunday at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite in the St. Johns River, and some other sports stuff going on today as well. But Bob Downey has put on a show. Oh, how good a show was it?
Exactly right. I know what that music means right there. Tommy Sanders, the PPROD of the day. Power Pole replay of the day. Oh, Bobby Downey. You cannot state it enough. Kind of came out of nowhere. We had all eyes on him day number 2, only catching 1 bass, but it was a dadgum St. Johns River stud. Just under 7 pounds. Bob Downey starting to talk about that slow day number 2 because day number 4 thus far, you are just tuning in here on FS1, the Power Pole replay of the day. I know how to talk. No, I don't. No, I don't. Bob Downey got me spun out right now.
Everybody.
Unofficially, 5 bass in his live well, right around 22 pounds, and out of nowhere, Bob Downey taking the lead from John Cruz. Hey, Bob Downey, you are Championship Sunday Power Pole replay. I got the wheels back on the day.
Yeah. What would be incredible, there have been 5 anglers this week to have single-digit weight on one of the days of competition, so it showed how much of a struggle it is. Bob Downey could win this event with only 16 bass to his tally out of a possible 20 because he left some on the plate or on the table on day 2.
Incredible. Of course, the story all week long has been this man still trying to go wire to wire, John Cruz.
Old Johnny Cruz. Sorry.
No.
Sorry.
He's had a pretty darn good morning. I mean,
Yes.
we just saw something that comes once in a great while. But he put 4 good fish in the live well that early, way earlier than he has any other day this week. So still a force to be reckoned with on the St. Johns.
Boy, and that front that we thought was going to happen with rain and some wind has not hit yet. Oh, boy.
Come on, yeah, come on. I threw it right into his mouth. I don't know if you can see that. I threw the chatterbait over there right to the pad edge, and it was sinking, and as soon as I reeled up, he had it in his mouth. He hit it on the fall. 4-pounder, little chunker.
Not sure what he worded right there.
I think he said fought really hard. Beautiful. It looked like it.
Yeah, right. Hard fighter in reverse. Good fish for John Cruz. It is. You have that feeling it is absolutely meant to be for that dude right there. Fought hard. That was awesome, Tommy.
He's got about 12 pounds on the day on his limit fish there. 70 pounds total. 3 pounds ahead of Bob Downey.
Biggest one of the day right there for John Cruz. And
he's almost already at yesterday's weight total.
Right. Yes. Just feels like that is a movable object right there this week. Watch, fought hard. Ready?
No, we didn't get there.
Better. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We'll circle back.
You guys have been around for a long time. This is...
Thanks.
Yeah. That's a compliment. You've seen a lot of anglers in their career go off to hot starts, have big wins.
Old Tommy.
Yeah.
That's the real.
Old Tommy and Old Z. What would it mean for John Cruz? He won in his 4th season on the Elite Series. He's obviously been on the Bassmaster Tour before 2006 when the Elites were formed.
Right.
But to win over a decade later, 17th year on the Elites, and to do it this way.
It's really fair to look. John Cruz is throughout 20 years, man, doing this is an unbelievably consistent, just even-keeled, consistent angler, and you see styles like that. We've compared Gerald Swindle career. Gerald Swindle doesn't have a pile of Elite Series victories, but he's unbelievably consistent.
Yes.
His style of fishing always keeps him in the mix for the Classic, keeps him in the mix for an AOY. And you don't see guys like that. Maybe they don't win a lot, but they're always in the hunt. You know, what would it be for his career? It's huge, man. You know, it's
cool to show you still got it.
His dad comes and supports him at every single tournament. It's a good story, man. John Cruz, a good guy, works at it. 2010, winning on the California Delta, his first and only victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Finally finding himself back in that position here today.
Sacramento River Delta. He doesn't look a day older than he did more than a decade ago. John Cruz, the ageless wonder. And yes, we've seen someone come back and win one after a long interval right here on the St. Johns River. And it'll capture your heart, so to speak.
What's very cool is he won that in 2010. Then he became a part of the industry in a different way and started his own company, not only providing baits to the industry, but also sponsoring other professional anglers and making their dreams come true as pros as well.
4-pounder plus there for John Cruz, puts him right back
dagger,
on
man.
top. That's just great stuff this morning so far. I don't know how to describe it. It's been so different from the rest of this tournament, which has been entertaining each and every day. But today is a different critter, that's for sure. And we got more on the way.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Powerful, and by Skeeter Boats.
Championship Sunday, big day. First stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite here on the St. Johns River. A different look from the St. Johns today, but the look on top of the leaderboard, though it has changed for a little while today, remains with John Cruz on top, trying to go wire to wire for his second ever Bassmaster Elite Series victory. But Bob Downey, third-year man from Minnesota, coming in and just wrecking them back in the Springs area there. Incredible to watch, and we'll be showing you some returns to that as we go through the day. But let's get our first visit in with David Mullins. David Mullins of Tennessee, definitely one of our contenders each and every year and can catch them everywhere. Having a great start here and a good day today.
Yeah, you really look at David Mullins' entire tournament, starting this tournament with a bladed jig. Did a lot of damage with that on day number one.
Right when it landed.
Actually, earlier this morning.
There's a little chubby number one.
We got a
Look at that.
first topwater fish of the day, I think. Yeah.
Look like it.
Utilizing the prop bait that we got to see play a little bit yesterday.
This is also a little earlier.
That's fun.
Ooh.
Nice little topwater bite there. Prop bait mimicking the needlefish here in the St. Johns River. We've seen it play in so many years past.
Get in here. Hey, that was the luckiest thing ever. I actually threw it over top that duckweed and it didn't get hung up. I just called that. I said, if I catch one there, it'd be the luckiest thing ever. Like a peacock bass bite. That'll work. Give me some of that there, Herman.
Go.
Good mood, fighting spirit this morning, David Mullins.
Happy David Mullins. Going to get back into Rodman. See, John Cox below the Rodman Dam. We're having a little trouble getting service with John. He's in a little hidey hole. Out to Drew Cook right now.
He actually got a note on him from the photographer out on the water. Said he just passed over a 10-pounder that he tried to get yesterday. He had to catch the male. He didn't have enough time.
Yes.
And he wants to go back to it, but he thinks he may be sucked into it for 3 or 4 hours trying to catch a 10-pounder.
He actually saw that fish on day number one.
Yeah.
Saw it yesterday. Did not really want to mess with it yesterday because of how big of his stringer already was.
Save it.
We'll keep you posted on that. Drew Cook hooked up live right here.
Hey, it's good to see Drew Cook.
It is.
Today.
Absolutely.
It's good to see him, but it's also good to see him in the top 10 because his tournament did not start out like he hoped. He's Says Georgia on his hometown, but he is from the Tallahassee region, the Panhandle, not far from the St. John's, and this is one of his home bodies of water.
Midway, Florida angler Drew Cook, one of the best sight fishermen on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Ronnie, you could not have teed that up any better, my friend. The Mercury move of the day is actually going to be the Mercury move of the tournament. Drew Cook, actually one of the favorites. Ron, you talked about this at length. Being one of the best fantasy fishing experts in the world, you said Drew Cook, one of the favorites.
The king of fantasy.
One of the favorites coming into this tournament, starting off absolutely miserable. I think he was down in, after the day one weigh-in, he was like 80th place.
84th.
84th place.
3 fish for 4 pounds on day 1. And he went up, caught 21 and change on day 2, 17 on day 3.
Talk about rise of the lichens. 84th place to 25th. Snuck into our cut there, the top 10 cut in Championship Sunday. Drew Cook, you are the Mercury move of the tournament.
And every event here at the St. John's River, he starts slow on day 1, and he cannot figure out the adjustment from a cold practice period and how it transitions into that warming trend. Day 1 seems to be a stumble. If he could get started on day 1, he would be in the top 10 every time we're here.
Supremely talented guy, was our Rookie of the Year in 2019. Florida angler.
Collegiate fisherman as well. I fished against him while he was at Florida State.
Did you?
Yep. Drew and Patrick Walters, Jake Whitaker, all a part of that crop that came in kind of together.
Really good. Man, it was bright bluebird days. I mean, they weren't biting like anything that I was throwing apparently.
Slow morning.
But they weren't
Patrick
really
Walters.
up here on this stuff the first day either.
Interesting. You saw Patrick Walters early this morning made the comment that he was absolutely going to bypass what he's been doing in this tournament and get up shallow after seeing some of the big bags from yesterday and back out with that front-facing sonar and jerkbait within 90 minutes.
Well, I think we now know what we kind of need to do. We just get on and need to blind cast around for a while until we run into them. They'll run into it. Instead of seeing them, you can't see them at all right now. So that's 2 bites really quick once we get in this area. It's a good sign.
Well, he has proven very powerful with that depth finder.
And on this body of water.
Yes.
4th straight top 10 for Patrick Walters at the St. John's River.
Pretty amazing, man. Pretty darn good. I'm just swapping out for some new trebles here. But holy moly. I feel really good. I mean, I can't ask for more to start the day on Sunday here. Championship Sunday. I'm just really kicking myself for not staying here all day on day 2. I stayed in here all day yesterday and just scratched out a limit. I had to go way in the back to do it. We had a lot different conditions too, but I think if I would have gone into the back and just hung out for the day on day 2, I think I would have put at least a couple more fish in the boat.
Remarkably calm for somebody who's had a morning. They give a lot of people a heart attack. Without question, because it was just so phenomenal, this 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Flurry.
And you watch that flurry and you think to yourself, man, somebody's back in the mix. See an old Bob Downey, see a John Cox, but every time that has happened this event, John Cruz just protects. He is the night watch right now.
It's okay.
Protects the gate, man.
I like that. Downey, who had a Plus lead a while ago. Now he's about 3.5 pounds back. Things are changing, moving way faster today than they have any of the three previous days at this Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River.
I can't believe I did that.
Look at our unofficial. These are unofficial weights. They will not be official until we get to the weigh-in, which is later today, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. All our 10 will check in, and we'll get the final verdict.
There was a big door opening for 4th to 10th. All of them so close, but so far behind the leaders. Anyone jumps up can make a big move today.
John Cruz trying to go wire to wire here. A lot of guys kind of lighting it up. We'll see who does it next.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Today, the legendary Yukon Huskies go back-to-back on Fox. First, the 24th ranked men are in action against St. John's at 11:30 Eastern. Then the 8th ranked women battle Marquette at 2:30 Eastern. Today on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Oh, that is a Yukon splash.
Speaking of St. John's.
Yeah.
St. Johns River, our playing field this week, Tommy.
You got 2 Johns in the top 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
It is just a tongue-tied conundrum that we're under right now.
John Cruz on top right now, as he has been all week, well, off and on all week long, but more or less maintaining his spot there, looking very good to go wire to wire, but those having a say in that will be anglers such as Bob Downey, who we saw just incredible, and we will be reprising that for you multiple times during the course of this day because it is well worth watching. But Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore, and Ronnie, you have a tool, the Screen of Knowledge,
yes, the
and you are the acknowledged wizard.
It provides me knowledge that I would not have been privileged to otherwise, Tommy. And I wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, for a little Screen of Knowledge hit for our Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing players. If you like bass fishing, if you like competing in fantasy sports, we have 2 different options for you. And so for Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing, it's about picking a 5-man team. We separate each bucket, all 5 buckets, put about 19 to 20 anglers in each bucket based on their performance throughout the season. You have to make the hard choice of picking one. And this week, guys, I will say I do have one angler fishing the final day, and that would be Drew Cook. It wasn't looking good, Z, and as the king of fantasy fishing, I was very frustrated with my day 1 performance. Only one angler in the top 47 of this field, but we ended up having 3 come in and make that cut yesterday. Drew Cook going all the way from 84th up to 9th place. For the people who picked him, the 2 or 3%, he was a very valued pick in the top bucket. They paid off big time. But for Mercury Drain the Lake, this was going to be my game. This is the strategy game. You can only use an angler one time all season, so you have to be smart when you pick them. I picked kind of an underrated team. I went with some guys that I wasn't sure if I was going to use them later in the year, so I said, you know what, they have a decent track record at the St. John's. I'll risk it now. It did not turn out well, probably my worst fantasy fishing performance for Mercury Drain the Lake. I do have a couple okay finishes, but nothing too great. But I will say, for the folks who were worried about John Cox, one of the heaviest and most picked anglers in fantasy fishing, day 1, 57th place, not where you'd expect him to be. His 31-pound, 15-ounce bag yesterday moved him all the way into 2nd place, giving him a shot to win today. It was anchored by an 8-pound, 5-ounce bass. That 31.15 is the big bag of the event. That will get you extra bonus points for your fantasy team. And also, guys, that 31.15 bag for John Cox, the 5th biggest bag in St. Johns River Elite Series history. And we got to see it on day 3 and 4, which is when all the big bags show up, like we said, statistically.
Ronnie, you are the Richie Sambora of fantasy. You've touted that
we try.
Here on FS1 all week long. For somebody that maybe has not played fantasy fishing on Bassmaster.com, walk us into your mind for next week, Harris Chain.
I'm thinking about the end of the St. Johns River this week, and we're seeing a lot more spawning fish come into play, some of those prop bait topwater fish. I know that the shell bars at the Harris Chain may factor as well, but I'm going to pick my team according to the sight fishermen because we're coming into the Harris Chain, and a full moon will be right before the tournament starts, which is really going to get those fish kind of more pushing to the banks than they have been.
Tommy and I talked about it in a production meeting. When are you not good at fantasy fishing? Well, you know what I mean?
When I'm quiet. If I'm not talking about it, you're
a little quiet about Drain the Lake this week. Boy, if you hadn't had Frazier, it would have been wait, you had the wrong Frazier.
Yeah, I had the wrong Frazier. You know, I had the wrong local. It's okay.
All right,
Tommy
let's get back out of the water right now.
Let me know about the beat down this week.
Slink on over to Drew Cook right now, live. Fish right there for Drew Cook. I believe that would have helped a little bit.
That's going to happen with trebles. That's the most dangerous part of the fight, is right when it jumps near the boat.
First look today, Austin Felix, another Minnesota angler. 2 of them in our top 10 today in our Humminbird Bird's Eye View. We find him exactly where we left him yesterday.
Yes, Austin Felix. Very, very solid, steady tournament fishing offshore in Rodman. 7 to 10 feet of water with a suspending jerkbait. Every bass he has put on the live well has come in that minefield of timber. And you can only see a few of the trees and the standing timber in Rodman right there. But the keys for Austin Felix, number 1, long casts, as calm as the water has been, days 1 through 3. Long cast, get it away from the boat. And really the other thing he said was very, very erratic movement on his jerkbait. And it wasn't the standing timber. If you look at that timber behind his boat, right near his name, it's the timber that is horizontal, that basically has broken off, okay? You do not want the parallel timber. You want it basically busted or broken down on the bottom. That's where all of Austin Felix's big ones have come this week.
It's difficult to picture that for those who have never been at Rodman, and I had to hop over to the screen. I'll just show you real quick what it looks like under the water, because Rodman is one of those places. It's a reservoir off the St. Johns River. They can draw it down low and not affect the St. Johns. And so when it has been drawn down low, this is what's under the water. This looks like this is fishable, yes, but this is when it was 10, 20 feet low and all of the trees standing above. There was also grass there that once the water rose back up, it filtered out elsewhere. But this is what you're talking about, Z. All of these trees that are vertically standing, but right here is the key spot where all these trees are kind of crossing down from, where they've either broken off and now they're parallel to the bottom or they're horizontal in nature. That is the key, like you were mentioning, Z, for a lot of these anglers this week.
Yeah, really that broken off timber. And the other thing that Austin Felix, also John Cruz, when he was utilizing Rodman, not like today, they said these key areas would reload, but Austin Felix concentrating 7 to 10 feet. And guys like John Cruz, a guy like John Cruz, nobody else was really fishing deep in Rodman this week. John Cruz, 15 to 25 feet of water, still kind of doing the same thing, but John Cruz would back it up with a drop shot, a finesse rig, when he would get those fish to commit or at least follow his suspending jerkbait. Right around the corner from Austin Felix right now, getting back over to Drew Cook.
Get a giant move up the leaderboard over the course of this week, and it's hooked up.
Boom! Told you old biggin' about a swim jig.
Yeah.
Get you some of that. Old sledgehammer in the face. Told you. Told you.
I mean, a good one right there for Drew Cook.
$4.5 pounder.
Moves him into 4th place now. He was kind of in that grouping from 4th to 10th where they're far from the lead but close in proximity to each other. So he's allowed to jump through that door. Looking at John Cox, our leader.
Fishing right below the lock. Oh boy.
Uh-oh. 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 What was that? What happened there? I don't even have a hat on. I don't know what's going on. Got everywhere.
Well, he will not be denied in this tournament.
No,
listen, we did not try to manufacture drama. Obviously, with what John Cox did yesterday, Mercer said it, all eyes were on the Florida angler coming into today. John Cruz, man, a flawless week here on the St. Johns River.
Boy, he's coming through in the time when he needs to each and every day. Today has been the fastest start of all for John Cruz. How high can he take it?
Yeah. John Cruz starting to work on a stringer today.
Replacing a 1-pounder with that. Good upgrade.
It's going to be one of those things where you take a dip on day 3, people lose confidence in your pattern, and you just close the door with an adjustment on day 4, but he's on his way.
Good stuff this morning on Championship Sunday on the St. Johns River with John. On top, John Cruz.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Super excited about the Harris Chain. It's one of my favorite places to go fishing in the country. Vast body of water, but they're connected by canals. You got lake here, lake there, lake there. We're going to have a little bit of a cold front pushing in when we get there, so the shell bed stuff probably still going to be rocking. I'm going to take the power worm, which is a staple in Florida, and just drag that around across those shells and through that grass. And if they decide to pop up and go shallow and get up around the reeds, the arrowheads or the pads or whatnot, then I'm going to take the Berkeley General. I'll have one wacky rigged, one Texas rig, flip it around at everything. It's like bass candy. They can't stand it that time of year. So these two are definitely going to play at Harris without a shadow of a doubt. Now the big worm, for the guys that like to do that, they're going to catch some. But the stick bait like this General right here, Max Scent, the jerk bait stunner, they're just staples down there this time of year all the way through the summer. This is the Berkeley Stunner, chartreuse shad. It looks just like a golden shiner for Florida. This is a bite getter in Florida.
Reigning world champion Hank Cherry talking about his plans for the next stop, which is next week, February 17th through the 20th, at the Harris Chain of Lakes. Haven't been there in more than a decade for the Bassmaster Elite Series anglers. Great bass fishing. There's so many different places to go for them. 8 different lakes, miles of canals and connecting rivers with little hidey holes along the way.
You could tell a lot of the anglers that we're talking to about next week thinking that could be a 100-pound tournament. Should be a very big weekend on FS1 with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Boy, it has been a big day today. We have seen so much, and yet the one constant has been the same constant all week long. John Cruz rising to the moment.
I've been very, very impressed with John Cruz and his adjustments this week. We will have seen him do 3 or 4 different patterns completely and excel at all of them.
And I really want to hear Dave and Davey out at the venue. Davey Height, Dave Mercer, talk about how really John Cruz has changed throughout this event and got into more power fishing than we saw him do when we were in stable, high-pressure conditions days 1 and 2.
Well, there they are, ready to take the baton, take the mantle, and run with it. Dave and Davey, take off, guys.
Well, guys, first thing I'm going to say is we're seeing something for the first time today. I know it's always 72 degrees and sunny in the studio, but it hasn't been here this morning, and it actually started to feel a little cooler. But all of a sudden, in the last few minutes, it feels like that sun is starting to bake, and things can really change here in a hurry.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the sun coming out will help John Cox. I think he caught a lot of his fish yesterday. Looking at him fishing on the bed, he needed that sun to help him out a little bit. We'll see. But John Cruz is really doing a great job holding off Bob Downey and John Cox. I mean, John Cruz is really, really showing all the years of experience that he has out here.
Does he feel different this week? Because to me, it kind of felt like he's just a little more calm than normal.
Yeah, he does, and there was a calmness this morning at the takeoff, before takeoff, and I don't know if everyone was in shock after they saw the 31 pounds weighed in, almost 32 pounds, or just everybody's just like, hey, it can happen. We know this is the St. Johns River. Anybody could catch 30, 31, 32 pounds. And I think everybody just felt like they could make it happen. Bob Downey being one of them, and he certainly got it going this morning.
A big morning for old Bob Downey. And one of the most impressive short runs we've seen here. We've seen monster bags, but generally not like this, Davey. Like not a run within 30 minutes of doing the damage that Bob Downey did.
Yeah, I saw this all happen, and I was like, how did this happen? What made this happen? And I really think it was just right place, right time, right bait, the Stormarashi lipless that he was throwing. But it's a very narrow part of the Springs area there and the current coming through. It was low tide here this morning at 7, so it should have been just about dead low right there. And those fish had pulled into that little deeper cut of that canal leading to back and forth through the Springs. And right place, right time, and he landed every single fish. And those fish could be back there a little bit later in the day, so it might not be over for Bob Downey.
How about the man with the plan saying, catch me if you can, John Cruz?
Yeah, you got to give John credit. Like I mentioned, he has fished 4 different ways leading him to this final day. And then the final day, he changed up a little bit more. I don't know what was going on there on top of his hat, but whatever's happening, you know, he needs to keep doing it each and every event, because he caught his fish the first day offshore, fishing deeper than almost anyone else in Rodman Reservoir. And now you see him today fishing these lily pads, fishing with vibrating jigs, caught a fish or 2 on soft plastics, but he's mixing it up, he's moving with the fish. And in Florida, that's why we've never seen a wire-to-wire fisher here on the St. Johns River in the Bassmaster Elites. But John Cruz could be the first one. You've got to change with it each and every day. That's why I talked about the first day. We could see somebody come from way back and win this thing, like it looks like John Cox has tried to do. But John Cruz is having nothing of it. He's going to keep catching them.
He has been remarkable all week long. But let's head out to a guy who has his eyes focused on Angler of the Year from day number 1. And I think that's a really smart and refreshing approach. Elite Series champion from Benton, Arkansas, Stetson Blaylock, live on the water right now.
Bite for sure right there. That's a big one. Stay on there, fish. See, that's why I just don't want to leave, man. I mean, there's fish here. Little young finesse worm, same bait, same place. Better result, though. Gosh, I mean, I've had 3 bites already. It's just, I don't know. I mean, I had bites like that yesterday that I lost. It's nuts. It's just such a hard game to play some days, sometimes, some weeks.
Wow, a big bite there for Stetson Blaylock. I'm on the dock this morning. He said, I got a bit of a mountain to climb here today, but again said, man, every single point I can steal is going to be important when it gets to the end of the year.
25
Yeah,
pounds
he's having
in
a
the
great
boat,
tournament,
but
obviously.
You can also do that and catch 0. And I have a lot of confidence fishing this way, and the way this river fluctuates in and out and up and down with that lock right there, and just the way everything changes. Didn't hook that one very good, but it's a keeper for sure. Not a big one, but I don't think I'm gonna flip him. I think I'm gonna grab him. He ain't that big, but come here. Come here, quit doing that. Quit doing that. Come here, no, come here. That's
boy,
number 4.
we start to see the beginning of another run here today.
Yeah, I think we'll see the catches get better and better as the day progresses. Not quite as warm today as it has been the last few, but it'll still get better in my opinion.
But it is sure warming up here. Standing along the shores of the St. Johns River, you can definitely feel that sunshine creeping through, and it's getting a little warmer. The question becomes, can anyone chase down our leader since day number 1, John Cox, leading the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite?
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage here on the St. Johns River for the first stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Stetson Blaylock already talking about Angler of the Year. And let's have a look at our Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year watch. It looks exactly like yesterday's leaderboard because this is as of this morning going into today, our Angler of the Year watch. But obviously, first tournament of the year, so much online. But is it shocking to you, Davey, that so many anglers are now talking about Angler of the Year so early?
It is surprising. Many years on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, it was like you would jinx yourself if you talked about the Angler of the Year before the last event, the last 2 events or so. But now anglers talk about it when truly it's always been on our mind from day 1.
All the way from Japan, chasing his lifelong dream in his very first Elite Series event. A top 10 for Masayuki Matsushita. And he's winding. Hooked up.
Yes.
Wow, his
But the little size.
smallest one I think we've seen him catch. He has really had a good average size.
Number 2. The little
Saw him
size.
fishing a worm on a free rig a lot yesterday. All of his fish that we saw him on camera catch, but he said he was also swimming a jig and throwing a swim bait a little. That looked like a swim jig there.
Speaking of swimming, we've got our Humminbird bird's eye view. Saw a little bit of Austin Felix there. He said he put his plug in today. But what Drew Cook has done this week is amazing. From 84th place on day 1 into the top 10.
Yeah, you just don't see that happen very often. Typically when you, I hate to say it like this, but there's no better way to describe it. When you dig yourself a hole that deep, it is hard to climb out. You just hope to, get back up in the 60s or 50s possibly. But for him to make that cut and then move up each and every day, he has saved himself this week.
A great aerial view there, and you can see all of those white spots there. Davey Hyde, I'll ask you, what are those white spots?
Those are, for the most part, bass beds. There will be some tilapia beds. Some of those ones that look just like a dish that are real obvious that you see there are probably tilapia. But then the ones that aren't quite so defined are usually the bass beds. And there are several right there where you can tell Drew Cook's boat is at, and you see some of these more defined, look like a plate or a dish. Those are probably tilapia, and that's not where Drew Cook is spending his time.
And here's a little challenge for our viewers. As the day progresses and as the sun comes out, watch these aerial shots and watch how much that changes. It's the best telltale. They start to glow. The brighter the sun gets, the more you're able to see them.
Yeah, it's really, really neat to see this shot, and you can tell what Drew Cook is doing. When he says he's bed fishing, he's sight fishing, we all know that's what he loves to do. But with this aerial shot, you can tell he is, and you look up and down that stretch that we can see there, he is right there where most of those beds are that appear to be bass.
But make no mistake, day 1 was not Drew Cook's fault. I mean, it was explained to me this morning it was actually Finn Cook's fault. I believe he's about 3 months old. He had a baby boy just a few months ago. And Finn was not at takeoff on day 1. And clearly he had a horrible day on day 1. He's been at takeoff every single day. So I think Finn just signed himself up for a lifetime of takeoffs.
Yeah, he was there at day 2. I got to meet Finn, and I became a grandfather about the same time Drew Cook became a father. And it's really cool, I got to mention this. His son's named Finn and my granddaughter named Brim. So hopefully one day we'll be on the docks with Finn and Bram at a takeoff together. But Drew Cook here, you see he's spending a lot of time fishing slowly. He's looking at a bed right now. Probably got a decent fish on it. He's not going to spend much time. It's lightened up enough that I think you'll see him. We saw him earlier casting vibrating jigs, but you'll see him now just as you see his head turning back and forth. He's just looking for the right size fish on a bed. A lot of these beds right now, because they're just really coming up from the cold front that we had last week, a lot of them just have the males on them, the smaller fish.
Riddle me this, Davey Height. This weather change, does it give anybody an advantage?
Well, you just got to fish the conditions. That's a great question. You have to fish the conditions, and that's what John Cruz has done such a good job at. When you see John Cox catching 31, almost 32 pounds yesterday, most of them sight fishing, you had the perfect day for it, and we talked about it yesterday, that there weren't a lot of places where these fish had moved up, the females especially, or we would see more people because it was perfect conditions for that. And Drew Cook caught some of his fish, a few other anglers, but a lot of the other anglers had not gone up there and really looked around enough, or they did and just did not find the right location.
4 box, Austin Felix, Drew Cook, Masayuki Masashita, and David Mullins.
I'd be surprised. John Cox, he's a great angler, one of the best shallow water fishermen of all time, in my opinion. But he, if he can't see like he would like to see, like he could yesterday, he'll just fish for those fish, keeping in mind that they are on the bed, and you slow down and fish slower and I would always try to imagine where would a bed be. I can't see under the water because of the low light conditions. Where would it be, to the right beside some target, whether it be a lily pad or a cypress tree, something like that, and I'd put my bait there and try to let it sit there as long as I could, with my lack of patience. But you just have to visualize where those fish would be and put your bait there, and hopefully you hit 5 of the right targets.
For the John Cox fans wondering, has he caught them all? Davey, tell me what he told you.
So he told me that the day before yesterday, there were the first day of the tournament when he had his worst day, there were no fish in this area except one. And then yesterday they were everywhere. And we talked yesterday about how quickly things can change here in Florida. But the one fish that has been there the whole week is a 10-pounder that he said he hooked and lost yesterday. He missed it one time and then actually hooked the fish and got it, a quarter of the way to the boat and came off. And he said he really felt like he'd have a good chance to catch that fish today.
Wow. And he had a 3-pounder in his bag.
Yes.
Imagine?
Yes.
He would have added roughly 7 pounds to his bag.
But in all honesty, I'm sure there's a lot of fishermen that aren't fishing today could tell you a few stories about adding 7 pounds to their bag too, But when you see an almost 32-pound stringer, you got to think, man, he would have been knocking on 40 pounds, and that's a 5-fish limit of a lifetime. I mean, very few anglers ever do that. I don't care how good you are. That's just everything has to be absolutely perfect to catch a 30, let alone a 40-pound 5-fish stringer.
You see Drew Cook, the way he's shaking that bait, shaking it but not moving it, clearly on a bed.
Yep.
Want to keep it moving, but not move it back towards you. Just keep it right on that bed.
Yeah. For those just tuning in, he's not that nervous. He's actually using his offhand to tap on the very butt end of the rod to shake that rod tip, 100 times a second. It's interesting to watch this because you see what Drew Cook is doing. A lot of action to the bait, but really not moving it at all. And Austin Felix said a big key to him catching his fish have been making long casts and a very erratic action with the jerkbait, fishing offshore.
Masayuki with the keeper, I believe. But like you said, these are the smallest fish we've seen him catch.
By far. Boy, he had a chance. I don't know about a 30-pound stringer, but he had a chance to have it. We saw him lose 2 really nice fish yesterday, along with the good ones that he caught.
Boy, there was a lot of anglers that crossed the stage yesterday that mentioned how excited they are. We still got a big tournament going on here, but I don't remember that many anglers talking about the next tournament and how excited they are. I mean, if it plays out the way they think, it could be fireworks.
It's going to be. I would be willing to bet on it. The Harris Chain's been fishing really well the last few years. It's been a number of years since the Bassmaster Elites have been there, so everyone's real excited about going there next week.
Well, a battle has been happening on the water. It has been Cruz and Downey trading blows here this morning. A fist fight to find out who wins the first Bassmaster Elite Series event of the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series. Can John Cruz go wire to wire, or will old Bob Downey hunt him down?
Well, we'll have to see, but the big thing for Bob Downey, day 2, when he only was able to bring one fish to the scales, it was the right size, a 6-pounder, but we've been talking to him about, man, what could it be if he'd have just caught 4 more fish on day 2? But John Cruz, you got to give him credit. He has counterpunched every single punch that he's been given.
You look at there's the fish count right there, and you see how this heavyweight battle is going on. But as all heavyweight fights, I will remind you, every single angler in this field has a puncher's chance, because when you swing on this body of water, you come up big, and we saw that all week long. And every single time we come here to beautiful Putnam County, looking at John Cruz atop the leaderboard, and day after day, just when we start to think it's all his, somebody reminds us where we're fishing on the St. Johns River, and anything can happen.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Welcome back to our on-location cover. Look at that little critter there. The St. Johns River, not just big bass, it is a nature's lover's paradise. And you can see that little raccoon washing its hands, Davey.
That's so polite of him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Washing his hands during the pandemic. Keeping everything
he's
nice and clean.
In the Healing Springs.
Yes.
Healing Springs.
Yes.
Look at that little critter. I could watch him all day long. Look at him. Adorable.
Hanging out with old Bob Downey.
Yeah.
How fitting. How fitting.
And who wouldn't want to hang out with old Bob Downey?
That's right.
Putting on a show today. You look at our leaderboard, and old Bob Downey is putting on a show, but the question is, can he overcome day number 2, just weighing one fish? A 6'11", mind you, but it was only one, and I'm sure right now he's thinking about that.
Oh, I guarantee you he's thinking about that, but hey, that's days in the past. You really can't do anything about it, but he will be thinking, if he's not able to catch John Cruz, he'll be thinking about that for a very, very long time, no doubt about it. But hey, still a lot of fishing time. If he hits another flurry like that one, look out.
Watching John Cruz and old Bob Downey right now. I guess we don't get to see the raccoon anymore. Got some breaking news. Breaking news, the guy we haven't seen. We have not seen him, and a lot of people texting, a lot of people asking, where is John Cox? Well, John Cox has tough service today, but he does have 2 fish in the boat so far. They are
two
both
10-pounders?
15 pounds. No, 2.5-pounders. Smaller fish, but as I look around here, it's clearing. The clouds are starting to break up. I'm seeing blue sky over there, and that to me makes John Cox a very, very scary guy.
Oh, absolutely. But you have to think, he described the area that he caught that 31 pounds yesterday as small. And there was one fish still there, a 10-pounder, which is great. But, man, when you catch that many fish and bring them to the scales, you just have to wonder, even on the St. Johns River, if it will reload. And if it doesn't, those tight places aren't just around every bend, every turn in the river. So we'll just have to see. He's a great fisherman. You're exactly right. the sun is coming out, the clouds are breaking up, and that should be to his advantage. And the afternoon has been when he's caught the majority of his bigger fish. So we'll just have to see. This tournament's far from over.
And not just his advantage. You know, there's several anglers we've seen. I mean, almost the
Drew Cook,
entire
for
top
sure.
10 is talking about them moving up.
Yep.
And it may be multiple anglers that benefit from the weather change.
I really like what John Cruz is doing, though. He has really mixed it up today. You see he's in Rodman Reservoir now, fishing a jerkbait, the way he caught most of his 28 pounds on day one.
This guy came very close to winning Angler of the Year in 2020. Finished second then to Clark Wendlandt. But let's go join David Mullins right now.
Male right there.
Oh.
Hope.
And he is looking at one.
No doubt about it. First time we've seen him sight fishing this week.
First time.
He's been
got it.
Fishing crankbaits and vibrating jigs a lot. Oh.
Okay. Nice. Got it choked too. All the way down. Flipped it in the right place finally. It took me a while.
Good fish there.
I think that's just a big skinny male. Some of that herring? Huh?
Now with a lot of these anglers with 2 or 3 graphs up in front of their boat and standing up in front of those on the trolling motor, we're going to have lots of good video on these sight fishing events, because we will see some people fall in and out of the boat.
Cal Welcher this week had a stylish tumble. He said that looks like a skinny male.
Yep.
So does that mean the female that would join that would be giant, or does that have nothing to do with it?
Typically, the female is bigger, quite a bit larger than the male, but not always. Not always. And I've seen 14-ounce, 1 pound males with 10-pound females, and that looked like a 3.5-pound male, and I've seen them with 3-pound females, or it could be a real big female.
You did not answer that question at all.
I just don't think you'll always see them kind of like paired up in sizes.
It's not a science.
It's not.
Some little guys overachieve. I mean, that's
absolutely
the little ball of hate. Right? He was on Live Mix a little while ago, and do you think, is it possible for Bob to win this tournament after weighing one fish on day 2?
I would have said no 2.5 hours ago, but he's close enough now that he's going to have to catch a giant fish, because he's got 5 good ones in the live well. I don't think we talk about that enough, that when you've got 5 good quality fish, 3.5 to 6 pounds, it's hard to upgrade. If he had one in his live well that weighed 1 pound, his chances would be a lot better.
Well, let's travel all the way over to Masayuki Masashita, making his very first Elite Series top 10 in his very first Elite Series event.
Ooh.
Oh boy, hooked up.
Over there. Oh, little.
You didn't notice why he got so excited. That fish came unhooked as it was coming in the boat.
Little off.
Masayuki with a good fish there. And
number 4.
Davey, as you said, I mean, all these graphs on the front of the boat, not just for forward-facing sonar, not for side imaging. I mean, these dudes are using them as ladders, it seems. And when you do that, just like all ladders, sometimes it doesn't go well. And let's have a look at Kyle Welcher earlier this week. Hand in his pocket, Joe Cool. It's all good. Everything's good. Waiting for that fish to bite. Oh, there she is. And good night.
Yes, yes. I love it. We will be seeing more and more of that.
Watch him again. One more time. The hook set. Misses the fish. Oh, good. Wow.
See, he should have just owned it. I mean, he tried too hard. If he'd have just tucked into a full cannonball right there, I'd give him a 9 instead of the 4 that I give him on that.
He's pretty athletic getting back in there quick. And actually, he caught that fish. Got back on the front deck of his boat and ended up catching that fish. So maybe all this chatter we talk about not making noise in the water, I mean, you can just cannonball right off the side of your boat and still catch them.
That's right.
TZ, Such, and Ronnie will be taking it over after the break. Davey Height, who you picking other than John Cruz?
Oh, you got to think about John Cox. John Cruz is in the driver's seat, but since you put it to me like that, John Cox.
We'll see who does it here on the one John that really matters, the St. John's River at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Championship Sunday on the St. John's River here in Florida. AFTCO Bassmaster Elite, first stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and an angler who's been with the series for 17 years since its beginning, John Cruz, looking for his second championship here, trying to go wire to wire. He has put on an exemplary performance, and he keeps performing. Today may be his strongest start ever. But boy, has he got company. Bob Downey actually overtook him earlier this morning. We'll fill you in on that if you're not aware of what happened out there. But right now, let's take a look at our fantastic playing field. What a test for these anglers. A little bit more test than many of them would have liked this week.
Exactly right. Humminbird unlocked the lake. St. John's River, just south of Jacksonville, Florida. Got a new quarterback up there, Trevor Lawrence, looking for some big things from him next year as we take a look at your Humminbird unlock the lake. See, Masa, Tsushita, southern end of Cyprus. Bob Downey, Micah Frazier fishing the springs just off of Lake George. Really, David Mullins and Stetson Blaylock really concentrated on either the main St. John's River or the canal that goes up to Rodman. But Rodman getting by far the most attention that we've seen on a final day, at least in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Patrick Walters, John Cruz, Austin Felix, and Drew Cook. And right below Rodman, the Rodman Dam, is John Cox. And the whole story this morning.
I think we saw old Bob go to work.
Exactly. I mean, it was staggering what we got to see earlier today. Old Bob Downey getting his lipless Storm Arashi crankbait going again. Pretty much how he caught him on days 1 and 2. Just kind of pumping it, yo-yoing it like really an old school blade bait. Bob Downey kind of described that to us on day number 2 here. And the change in the weather has really got the power fishermen going again. A lot of reports coming into this tournament that this is how it might have been dominated, with a lipless crankbait, a bladed jig, and this little turn in the weather earlier today had a system come in late last night. Low ceilings, a little bit of rain this morning. Bob Downey knocking their lights out. 5 fish unofficially, 22 pounds. And it's really a story of what could have been with a very, very slow second day of this tournament.
One of the other anglers who got started early with a moving bait, one of those reaction bites, was John Cruz. When it was low light, a little bit of rainy, a little bit of cloudy, he stayed in the St. John's River Z and was able to capitalize with a bladed jig. But he made enough. He made a change. It was black and blue and a different trailer yesterday. Now it's a more shad pattern, a white colored with a swim bait trailer. So totally switched it up for the final day.
Yep, and that was a big deal for John Cruz. And really, it's for John Cruz in this tournament, it's been don't be married to doing one thing. Most of his damage on days 1 and 2, fishing deeper in Rodman Reservoir than anybody else, but not staying married to it, not living or dying with it. Locking that bladed jig in his hand today, paying big, big dividends for John Cruz. Way far ahead of where he was on day 3 at this time.
Now we're live with John Cruz, and there's a tradition here of winners doing something a little bit different from everyone else, especially over the last 3 years. And John Cruz has been kind of upholding that tradition. He's put 15.5 pounds in the boat today. That may be his fastest start ever.
You can see on his, you can see on his 2D sonar on the left side of his second graph, on the left side, the left graph, he was just much deeper. It just came up to the top of the ridge there, so you can see he went and explored maybe that 15 to 20 plus feet of water, like you mentioned, Z, and maybe they just haven't shown up there again since they left yesterday. Now he may be approaching a different depth zone.
You see on his side imaging, he is concentrating around that 20, 22 feet of water right there.
It's dropping back off.
It's where a lot of his damage was done, and I think that was, looking at your Humminbird bird's eye view, I think that's the one thing that separated him from a lot of the guys in Rodman. He was just fishing deeper than them. In fact, a lot of fish, he had to use fin clips. They were caught so deep to stabilize them. You go back to what Brian New said on day 1 when we covered him, who won here last year as a rookie. He said, you cannot stop it when it's happening, you know, when you're supposed to win a tournament. And that is what we have seen with this guy all week long.
All right. All right. Oh my gosh. Hold on. There's a shamu over here next to these trees. And come on now. Come on. Sorry, I lost all consciousness. Come on, baby. Oh Lord, it's turning around. Did it turn around? Sorry, I thought I was getting ready to get bit. There's something extra large right down there. Not exactly sure what it was. May not have been a bass, but if it was by golly the one we need. But yeah, we had a pretty damn good morning so far. Down on the river, I felt like we were losing the tide that we needed to catch them. That fish by the lock really, excuse me, that fish by the lock really makes you question, you know, your decision. But I just felt like that whole deal down there had been beat up pretty good. I want to come up here and try to get another good one or two, and just you know, fish how I feel. Feels right to do it. I'm not going to rot doing this up here. I'm not going to stay up here forever. We can lock back down at 11:30 if I wanted to, or we could go back down at 1. We still got that other stuff on the other side over there where I caught that 6-pounder yesterday. It might be a little less pressure, you know, local pressure. Today, maybe a few more fish might be moving up over there. So we're gonna try this. We'll try this outside bend here, and I'm gonna jerk and drop shot through here, see what happens, and then we'll go. We'll probably slip over there, hit them pads. Where we caught that big one yesterday, fish through that area, see what happens. I feel like we need, you know, we get the small one's 2 pounds right now, 2-pounder, The next ones are 2 1/4, 2 1/2, something like that. So my focus is on upgrading from that 2-pound mark. I feel like, you know, you're subject to catch a 3 to 5 pounder any jerk out here. You catch some 2-pounders for sure.
Cruz's lead just under 7 pounds, which
Yes.
is double the size of his lead to start the day. Doing his job.
Going to get away from John Cruz and get back down to Bob Downey, fishing in the springs off of Lake George, hooked up live. Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, 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 no. That's not good. Fish was jumping on the other side of the boat. Oh,
Whoa, 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 whoa.
No.
Oh my God. Yes! Woohoo! Oh baby! Oh yeah! Oh my gosh! Arashi 5 down the hatch again. Yes! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How many times that thing jump? Oh my gosh, dude! Yes! Oh my gosh. I'm freaking fired up, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Bob Downey's smallest fish is a 3-pounder in his live well right now.
Still gonna be a 4-pound plus
bass.
Got 2 5s and a
Almost
6
six, almost
already
an
in there.
8-pounder.
Yeah, it's got to be a heavy 7.
Biggest
at
fish
least.
we've seen.
Oh my goodness. Dude, that's an 8-pounder.
Wow.
Oh, what is going on? 4 and 3, 4 and 3. Oh my gosh. There we go, baby. Championship Sunday. What is happening today? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh. Dude, I think we might have more than we had the first day.
He needs it.
I can't even hold it up, it's so heavy.
Starting to scare a 30-pound bag right now with Bob Downey. Unbelievable. That is why it is never over on the St. John's.
No, sir.
Look, we thought it was 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, we absolutely did. That one right there. You're right. 30 pounds is on the table for Bob Downey now. This is a heavyweight slugfest between our leader, John Cruz, or the man who had the lead, John Cruz.
It is eerie how big individual fish show up early in the event and how the biggest limits of the tournament show up on day 3 and day 4.
You talked about that actually on day 1.
It's crazy.
Seeing it again. Warming conditions, overcast skies today. Oh,
A couple counter punches going on.
Yeah,
between these two.
I think John Cruz maybe just took one to the jaw right there, but he has always responded.
Cruz was boxing John Cox at the beginning of the day, and Bob Downey ran out of the tunnel to slide into the ring.
Not quite enough, they're telling us. When that gets updated, Bob Downey will still have a small deficit to John Cruz, but man, the fight, the slugfest at the top of the leaderboard is something to behold. We will be right back.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Been at it just a little over 3 hours here. The 10 who remain on Championship Sunday. We started out with 96 anglers to start our season here at the St. John's River, and it was a hard, rough slog for most of them through the first 3 days of the tournament. John Cruz, though, managing to have that lead all day long. We just saw Bob Downey, 7 pounds and 13 ounces back, catch a giant, which has put him right there behind John Cruz right now. This is a battle royal at the top of the leaderboard.
Exactly right. Your power pole replay of the day by far and away is going to be Bob Downey catching one of the biggest bass we have seen all week long on the St. John's River up in the springs. And I don't think anybody really thought coming into today Bob Downey really struggling on days 2 and 3 after a big stringer on day 1, 27 pounds. And really, I don't think anybody saw a lipless crankbait on the final day playing as big of a factor as it has. All eyes were on John Cox early sight fishing. A lot of fish moved up shallow yesterday. Well, the power fishing with Bob Downey paying off in a big way. You are by far and away the power pole replay of the day, and one big bite from retaking the lead here on Championship Sunday.
That was an 8-pounder you just saw there. He's got a 6 and 2 5s as well in his live well.
Smallest is another 3-pounder, so he's got plenty of room to upgrade.
Got to talk about 2 things after we're going to talk to Bob Downey, but there's really 2 things to look at with him the last 2 days.
Oh man, we just caught a giant 8+ on the Rashi vibe again. Just yo-yoing this trap down around some shell out in the middle here. I marked this shell in practice and I fished it in practice and never had a bite. But it just looks good and it kind of fits the pattern of what I've been doing in here. And we just have the right conditions today. We've got clouds again, like we had in practice. It's not super cold, it wasn't cold last night, but the temps aren't getting up there high today yet. And we've got a little bit of breeze through here right now. I was fishing a prop bait down the bank and I saw this breeze pushing through here and I knew there was shell here. And so I just figured I'd try it real quick. It's, it's not even 11 yet, so I'll probably go in the back later today, but I wanted to kind of keep this stuff honest until this cloud cover breaks. They're saying it's supposed to break maybe in an hour or 2, I don't know. But man, just what a big bite. I don't know how I'll finish today. I mean, that day 2 is just might haunt me right now, but you cannot ask for anything better today. I mean, this pushing the biggest bag of my life and to have it on Championship Sunday, man, it doesn't get much better. All the long hours on the road and time alone and grinding and fishing tournaments since I've been 14. It's 20 years now, and man, this is why we do it. Days like today, you wonder why we do it sometimes when we're dog tired on the road and we're down and out, but it's for moments like this. So we're just gonna soak it up and keep after it. I really feel like I need one more big bite to even have a shot, because I'm sure, Cox and Cruz and Drew Cook, there's a lot of guys that are getting better as the tournament goes on. So, they're probably going to have good bags today too. So we'll keep after it. What a day it's been so far, man, just amazing.
Newly married, lives in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Bob Downey, wife is a school teacher, main reason he moved up to Detroit Lakes. If you really listen to him, he's haunted by day 2, only catching 1 bass. It was a big one, almost 7 pounds. But yesterday also, only catching around 10 pounds. Man, he lost a giant yesterday. And we talked about execution in this, and execution's critical in every Elite Series event. Man on your left, John Cruz, has not lost a bass, at least a bass that would count so far in this tournament.
Everything. He's fishing pad. He never gets hung
insane,
up,
man.
never loses fish. He's just doing perfectly.
Got a report from John Cox that he did hook one of his bedding bass, but lost it. He is 16 pounds behind, and his 2 biggest fish yesterday were over 16 pounds together, an 8.5 and a 7.13.
Best thing to watch about that.
Every day Bob Downey has showed us he's around some size.
Yes.
Just haven't seen the numbers like this.
And this was a giant yesterday afternoon.
No. Gosh, I knew that was gonna happen. Gosh, you only had one hook.
And hey, the main thing about that deal in the Springs and all of our viewers that fish tournaments, that's one of the most popular areas, not on this body of water. It's one of the most popular bass fishing areas, recreation fishing areas in the state of Florida, fishing the Springs on the west side, the southwest side of Lake George. Those are not dumb fish. I mean, they are very, very, very conditioned bass. A lot of anglers tried to push this, make it work in this tournament. We've never seen an Elite Series 1 out of the Springs or 1 out of Rodman. And right now, looking at that screen, John Cruz and Rodman, Bob Downey in the Springs off the west side of Lake George. And it was, if you're just tuning in here on FS1, it was a zoo of recreation traffic in the Springs where Bob Downey is at yesterday.
"27 pounds again, what Bob Downey has been able to do this morning, well in advance of the halfway point, Championship Sunday.
How accurate do you think that is, Z? Because these fish aren't even numbers. They're not always 5 even or 3 even or 8 even. All of his are just going in as a 5-pounder, an 8-pounder. I mean, do you think he's got closer to 29, or do you think 27 to 28 still is his thing?
Sure. I mean,
based on eyeballing.
He's got a big bag, man. That's all I know.
He does.
I got more than his day one 27.4.
The best part of that catch was that fish jumping on the other side of his boat.
That was...
Everybody watching the John Show. John Cruz and John Cox coming into this final day. Not so fast, bud. Bob Downey back in this tournament in a big way.
One of those once-in-a-lifetime experiences. He did a great job of explaining why all these guys are out here, him included. That was well-spoken and fun to watch, showing and telling what it's all about. Minnesota's Bob Downey today. John Cruz, though, still on top. We got more to come. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Today, the legendary Yukon Huskies go back-to-back on Fox. First, the 24th-ranked men are in action against St. John's at 11:30 Eastern, and then the 8th-ranked women battle Marquette at 2:30 Eastern today on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Man, oh man, what a day we have, Championship Sunday.
Exactly right. Going to take a look at the St. Johns River and catches so far today. You see Crescent, the south end, being a player, the Springs off of Lake George. A lot of the main river system between the top end of Lake George all the way actually downstream. That's the way the water runs here towards Palatka. And obviously Rodman, a big, big player, much so this time around than years past. Those are your catches here on Championship Sunday. And man, you have to say something. Coming off of practice here, horrible weather earlier this week throughout northern Florida. St. Johns River, as always, especially here on Championship Sunday, definitely has shown up compared to what we thought coming into this tournament.
Great tournament for this man who was the Rookie of the Year 2 seasons ago, Austin Felix, another Minnesota angler. Kind of curious, 2 Minnesota guys in our top 10 here in Florida.
We've really seen everyone else in the field mix it up some way or another, whether it's baits or areas, but Felix has dedicated himself to this technique in this bait.
One bait the entire tournament, suspending jerkbait, 7 to 10 feet of water in Rodman.
Where are you at? You don't want to come up yet.
saw Austin Felix catch a big one yesterday
Just caught a
and
decent one
lose
after a pretty long wall.
a big one here on FS1.
It usually seems to be like a lull middle of the day. So I'm kind of covering a new area of this flat that I haven't actually tried fishing yet. It's just so hard to get around, you can't look at everything. So sliding around, I found, just got a couple of bites, a couple little ones, and then this one, which is a 2-pounder. Be good for 3/4 pound coal anyways. Yeah, we're just kind of grinding out. You just gotta keep chucking and hope you get, what did I just do?
Had his limit for a while now, Austin Felix, but no big one showing up for him yet. Back to Bob Downey.
See how he's pumping that lipless crankbait.
I'd like to say yes. I think, I mean, the first day and then right there, you know, it didn't really help. There was really no wind like this. But yeah, I mean, when I'm fishing a reaction bait like this, definitely, you don't want like a pile of it, especially in an area like this. It'd probably muddy up the banks quite a bit, but a decent, I think we're supposed to get maybe close to 10 mile an hour blowing down through here today. And that can really stack them up, you know, especially in a pinch like that back there.
A bit of wind in advance of the cold front that is on the way, but shouldn't be, you know, just tearing things up until after the tournament fishing hours are done.
And really, if you looked at the mapping where Bob Downey did that damage earlier today, a little pinch point in the springs made a little bit of a funnel where that wind was pushing current through. And the other thing, where he's sitting right here, it's been little depressions where he has caught them. Brandon Polinick earlier in the week.
Micah Frazier as well, day 1, day 2. Well, Micah had to leave day 2 because it did get tough. That was obviously, looking at the weights, that's the toughest day for both of the guys in the springs with moving baits, but they were also in proximity to each other. They didn't just fish the whole springs, they were sharing actual certain depressions, like you said. They were on the same spots, which did not help.
Tell you what, let's take this opportunity to bring in our associate here, Davey Height. And Davey and Dave were leading us through a few minutes ago. And Davey, we start this final day at the St. John's. Really, experience tells us we don't know who we're going to be talking about during the course of the day, but I think we know now. This morning we're talking about Bob Downey. I want to get your impressions of what we've seen there.
Well, just very, very impressive. This morning, the St. John's River, John Cruz, John Cox, it was all about the Johns, obviously, this morning. But, boy, did Bob Downey, good old Bob Downey, got things going in a hurry this morning. After having a very difficult day on day 2, only bringing one fish to the scale. Thankfully, it was a 6-pounder. But, man, he'll be thinking, if he's not able to close the gap and finish this thing out, he'll be thinking about only weighing in that one fish on day 2 for a very, very long time.
Davey, talk about how eerily similar the conditions are today as they were to the very first day of practice 1 week ago today, when so many anglers said, man, if it stays kind of cool, kind of windy and rainy, we will crush them power fishing here. It is eerily similar the way Bob Downey is catching them, where he is catching them from 1 week ago today, and that left on the first 2 days of this tournament.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Z. We've got cloudy skies, a little rain this morning. It started to want to clear off, but it hasn't. It's full clouds right now, and that's definitely what Bob Downey need. The area that he is fishing is super clear, and to be quite honest with you, I'm surprised that there have been as many fish caught on day 1, day 2, and day 3 in those spring areas, because it's difficult with those high bluebird days to catch those fish in there. But today you could tell it was a whole different ball game for Bob Downey in there, and thankfully for him, there's only 10 anglers today, so he basically has it all to himself.
Davey, you have so much history here, and a lot of our viewers grew up fishing this body of water, whether they are locals or they're snowbirds that come down and hang. No joke. We got some pictures last night from a friend, Johnny Morris, who has fished here since 1974. And granted, there's a lack of vegetation. Obviously, something's going on with the vegetation in the St. John's. But with that being said, the St. John's still produces some of the best fishing, even though it's a little bit tougher now, some of the best fishing that we see throughout the Bassmaster Elite Series season with the void of that grass.
Yeah, Z, I'm glad you brought that up, because to be quite honest with you, I've been hearing for almost a year about how bad the fishing was here, but then you see some tournament results and you see the weights are good, but it's really been a pleasant surprise to come back here again this year and see all these big fish being brought to the scales, see fish being caught north of Palatka, seeing fish being caught way south of Palatka, and the size of fish. And, you know, if this is bad fishing, I'd hate to see great fishing, because it's been really, really good. When you get a 28-pound stringer, 5 fish that weigh 27 pounds, and then yesterday John Cox with 5 fish weighing almost 32 pounds. That is great fishing, and hats off to the people that have protected this. The Bassmaster Tournament Trail has been coming here for a very long time. This is the 8th Bassmaster Elite Tournament here, and this is still a great fishery.
Let's talk about the man who's trying to go wire to wire here. Bob Downey certainly put on a fantastic show today, but answering him punch for punch, as you guys put it earlier, John Cruz, I mean, this guy, he's nails. He will not give up.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Tommy. And hats off to him, because we've never had a wire-to-wire leader and somebody to finish the deal here. Because it is Florida, we typically here early in the season, and the conditions change each and every day. And what John Cruz has been able to do with all his experience here, I mean, you have to understand that that's part of the reason he's been able to hold on to the lead to the entire event thus far. But he's mixed it up. The first day he was fishing in Rodman Reservoir, fishing deeper than anyone around him, and he really wanted to kind of keep that to himself, fishing offshore using his electronics. Then we see him, you know, the next day start on the main river throwing a vibrating jig, and then you see him a drop shot, a wacky rig. Caught his big fish yesterday that really saved him yesterday. That 6-pounder saved him yesterday, in my opinion. Caught it on a Texas rig worm on some lily pads. So he's done a good job adjusting. And if he's able to hold on, then you certainly be glad to shake his hand, because he's done an incredible job here, 4 days of fishing.
Davey Height, thank you so much for your insights. I know you and Dave will be picking up the coverage again here within the hour, and we certainly look forward to that as well. Davey Height, some good stuff as always. And Z, he's right. He's right. There's so much to be following here, and so much that we've not been privy to so far that's unfolding right now.
You know, it's really. You get kind of laser focused that we have a lot of history covering tournaments on this body of water, but last night, not to be a total unnecessary name dropper, but I started getting text from Johnny Morris, the founder of Bass Pro Shops, of all of his history, and there's so many viewers that are watching this, their history on the St. John's River. That is a picture from, get this, that is from a tournament from 1974. Johnny Morris and his friend Bob Tyndall, and he called, I don't know, it was like the big bass thrash down there, a 10 and 11 pounder. And I was sitting there, and it was weird. You could see throughout the text chain that Johnny was getting excited of all of his history. And he said, man, it is. You know, what Davey Height just said right there, it's a different body of water right now. So many anglers care so deeply about the St. John's River, and everybody wants the vegetation back, the clear water where you see stringers like that. That was his son, guide Bubba Jacobs. That was a recent trip they took there, and it's not the same old St. John's. It's in a different environment right now. We see great stringers throughout this tournament, but this place is a gem, man. It's a gem. You care about it, and you hope it gets healthier again. With that being said, it has shown up this week.
It absolutely has. And yeah, you hope for the best for the St. John's. I mean, it's wilderness out here, but it constantly being encroached upon by one of the fastest growing states in America. You got to be pulling for the river.
Even though the body of water has changed, like you said, with vegetation, the fish have not. They are still big, they're still here, and it's a good sign going into
They just live in different
They
places.
just live in different places.
John Cruz has been living on top for the majority of this week. Can he hold on?
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
At every Bassmaster Elite tournament, the final day championship Sunday, certainly for good reason, carries the most weight. And this one sets up, we can have a lot of ways where it sets up good for the fan. Look at what we got there. Masayuki Matsushita, 59 pounds and 5 ounces. Okay, and the rest of them following him. But right at the top, there's not anybody running away, but two guys slugging it out there. This is a battle, and man, that's just the kind of stuff we look for.
One of the best heavyweight championship Sunday events we have had in a long time. We said that this was going to be a top heavy. Look at all those grebes.
Well, no,
they're not seagulls.
No.
Gonna sneak back over to Rodman right now with Austin Felix.
Got to report that John Cox now has 4 fish, 3-pounder, about 7 pounds, still putting him more than 10 pounds back of the lead, which is for him could be a bite.
And listen, this is the time of day that could happen for John Cox. The longer this day goes, and if sunshine shows up like it did yesterday.
Oh, that one might be a good one. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Not a real giant, but bigger than anything. Nah, he's like a. He's not that big. Felt big. He ain't even that big. He's not even that big, but he'll help. Not even that big. Keep upgrading.
Small upgrade right there for Austin Felix.
The weigh-in yesterday, he told us things got a little sporty for him yesterday when he forgot his boat plug.
Yeah.
Had to jump in and
dang,
a little cold morning for him.
Bill's character, Suge.
Yeah.
You know,
Quick dip in the morning.
Kind of go back to that picture from 1974 with Johnny Morris. Like his hairstyle is so in right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Man, he's like Justin Bieber.
Right, it's like Back to the Future. Did you say Justin Bieber? Oh, gosh. Right, one of the Jonas brothers.
I'm so with it, you know? Yeah, that's me. That's, the Jonas brothers.
You know, the first tournament here on the St. John's in 1973.
Is that when it was?
Well, the first one here, I don't know those pictures. Still has 2 bass in our all-time top 10.
Let's get a look at that real quick. Dude, I hate banging on Johnny Morse, but you're right. I mean, here's what I can say.
Bit of that going.
Listen, and I know he's
That's
watching.
A Zac Efron.
That's good. That's good.
Johnny has aged well. I mean,
yes, he has. Oh, he is a well-preserved fella.
Patch on the jacket, old school windbreaker. Love it. Love Johnny Morris. Big conservationist and cares about this body of water as much as anybody.
I need to get another chip.
We have John Cox now updated on Bass Track, which puts him less than 12 pounds behind, but he's going to still be double digits back. Yes.
It's usually better with that camera, anyways.
I'm convinced Johnny Morris has never been compared to Zac Efron my entire life.
Don't single out mine. Don't just single out mine. I'm not trying to get in trouble.
That's the one we need to look at.
I think you said Jonas Brothers.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Gosh, he needs one big one.
It's crazy to look at his 72-pound total for 4 days and know that 55 of that came on 2 of the 4 days.
What was that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
You are absolutely
55. He was on
camera.
pace for 110 pounds if you compare his 2 best days.
And he's gone through a dream come true morning, and yet he will still not stop talking about what happened to him on day number 2.
Absolutely.
And he is fighting.
That's going to be the.
He is fighting a barrier that
just bumped
you don't see in other sport. You have a 20 fish maximum for 4 days. 5 fish a day, 4 days, 20 fish total if you're on the final day. John Cruz has done his job and got a limit every day. He has that 20 fish maximum. Bob Downey's not allowed to reach that. 16 is the max that he can get. So his 16 fish total for the tournament have to outweigh 20 of John Cruz to win this tournament.
If this were a NASCAR race, he'd have to go 3 more laps before he's officially gets the checkered flag.
Yes.
Extra laps.
Matsushita leaving his primary spot in the bottom of Crescent. He's still in the bottom of Crescent.
Yes, size up. Need to size up.
Good transitions with that swim jig. Did that late yesterday morning. Seeing that again here today. Good keeper, and that's been a pretty big backup plan for Matsushita the last 2 days.
He may not be working with the biggest population, but hey,
He's made the most of it.
At least he is working in an area by himself, fishing an entire lake, Crescent Lake, by himself, compared to 4 guys in Rodman, a couple guys in the Springs. John Cox kind of limiting his numbers by looking at most of his keepers that he's going to be putting in the boat.
Hey, and the other thing, if you've not followed this event, Bob Downey with an enormous 5-bass stringer in his live well right now. A lot of these big ones in there,
going pretty good.
A bit late, too.
Man, had a really fast start this morning. Put 5 in the box in like a half hour. Had over 20 pounds. And that wasn't even on the area where I caught them the first day, so I went back up to that area and tried it out for a little bit. Nothing going there. And then I just came back down to a different area again that I had marked some hard spots on in practice. And never caught a fish here, but it just looks good. It looks like everything else I've been catching them on. And we've got a nice breeze blowing through here right now too. And that's always generally a little better when you're throwing a reaction bait like this. So, man, rolled through here, like first or second cast, caught an 8-pounder. Thing was jumping like crazy, jumped on the other side of the boat, somehow still landed it. Just one of those days where, man, nothing's really gone wrong. Knock on wood. But I was quite a ways back from the leaders. I think 10, 11 pounds, something like that. And Cox and Cruz and some of these other guys have had really strong days the last 2 days. Seems like their bite's getting stronger. So despite, a giant bag today, that day 2 could really hurt me. And, if I get one more great big one, I got like a 3-something in the live well. If I get one more great big one, then maybe we got a shot. So, but all things considered, I'm happy camper right now and enjoying my time out here, that's for sure.
And one of the big things, one of the big changes Bob Downey made, he went away from a fiberglass rod and went to a medium heavy rod where he said he felt like he could get a better hook in these fish. If you really look at it, man, the way he has fished that lipless crankbait, you are going to lose him. So far this tournament, he's only lost one bass the entire event.
Everything has been magical about this morning for Bob Downey, but he's keeping it in perspective. Nonetheless, his third year as an Elite Series angler, this is going to be probably highlight day number one. Yes. So far.
And we will get into him and the other anglers that came from his grouping that qualified just a few years ago. It is a star-studded group.
That would be good. John Cruz, though, wire to wire, trying to get it done here. He's still got a lot of time left. He would like for that clock to just keep ticking faster and faster. But everybody's going to get their shot, theoretically, today. We got plenty more to come from the St. Johns River.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Next Sunday, it's the most iconic day in all of motorsports, the Daytona 500. The Great American Race kicks off the 2022 NASCAR season at 2:30 Eastern, 11:30 Pacific, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. We have got a great battle going on. You can see two anglers who have separated themselves from the pack here at the St. Johns River. Bob Downey, who's had a fantastic morning to pull up right behind John Cruz from down in 7th place, and John Cruz, who's been out here for many a year. He's had a great tournament, staying on top, but winning one of these things is so tough.
Oh, wins are so rare. You know, they just come along when they're supposed to come along. You can't force it.
Gotcha.
Anytime you think about a tournament, you know, it's just like hitting that buzzer beater in the NBA Finals to win it. You know, and that's going to be the key tomorrow. Is just keep making adjustments. And I don't know where it's going to happen. I don't know where it's going to go down. I just want to make sure that I put myself in position in those high percentage areas to have it happen to me.
He's been doing that for a long time. Such a great career, a successful bait company, man. He's a smart cookie and a great angler.
Great family.
Yep.
Dad shows up a lot to the events.
My small one, got a 2-pounder in there. Need to try to get that one out of there. That's a good place to do it. This right up here is where I caught that 6-pounder yesterday. I feel like some more fish should be moving up. We had a pretty warm night last night. We got a little overcast and wind right now, so I'm just casting a chatterbait until I get right up there, and then I'm gonna throw a quiver around those pads, see what happens.
You see Cruz
Try not to
leaving
get
that
too
deep
close.
water area. He checked it, kept it honest. Talk about that. For 20 years, we used to go to almost every tournament. Mr. Cruz, his dad and mom, Bill, his mom,
great guy.
They're equally as fun off the water to hang with as right?
They're at every classic. You always get to visit with them at the classic. That's one of the reasons you look forward to the classic. We got the Classic coming up, the World Championship here in the next month, right here in the state of Florida. No, I'm sorry, not right here. After our next event in the state of Florida, going to South Carolina, Lake Hartwell.
It's so wild, you know, you can go out and catch 35 pounds one day. Uh-oh, get over there. You could go out and then, you know, a different group of anglers struggle and other guys catch them, so you don't know, you got to catch everything you can. It's kind of what I've been doing every single day, just mixing it up. Today was different again than yesterday. Yeah, I had caught a few on chatterbait, but not quite the same. I mean, I fished that same stretch yesterday morning and caught one little one. Left out of there with 12 pounds and then caught that nice one at the lock there. Near the lock, I should say.
that is by far the most wind we have seen all week long.
No doubt. Well protected there for Bob.
A word from our photographer, Andy Crawford, following John Cox, who had our big bag yesterday, that he had a good one on the line.
Try to just ease a little closer here.
Broke it
Get
off.
some different angles. Try to get around these pads.
How big, Such?
Crawford says, here's John Cox's quote, "It was just an 8-pounder, but it's okay. I'm trying not to cry, but it's okay."
Again, bad cell service. We rely on cell service for all of our cameras. In this area of the country, there is not much cell service.
It's one of the hardest things, and our fishing fans
to tell somebody?
Are starting to understand that more and more. But every other sports venue has the cameras on the outside edges of whatever sporting arena they are, pointing to the center, whereas ours are in the center, pointing out. So it's very difficult.
Well, when you go 100 miles one way and probably 50 miles east to west.
Exactly. That's right. Such. Towards Jacksonville, there's always good cell service up there.
Oh, my goodness. Okay,
exactly.
That was a little awkward right there.
That was awkward right there.
I know you're
like
chewing
the
on
pauses.
something right now.
Well, it's staggering that we actually made a comparison to 1974. You see Bob Tyndall on the right, a young founder of Bass Pro Shops, Johnny Morris on the left, sporting a sweet do and in-style.
There it is.
A modern-day Zac
you.
Efron. That is a frightening comparison, and I promise you, when we get off FS1, I will get lit up by the founder of Bass Pro Shops.
High School Musical.
Good-looking guys right there.
Exactly.
Yeah, a couple of, I'm not sure Mr. Morris doesn't get the better of that comparison.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree with that.
The bass helps the situation out as well, the size of the bass.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Good stuff right there.
It's kind of hard to decipher bass between mullet. There's just so many mullet in here. But that shell is what they've been sitting on.
Bob Downey and John Cruz gonna get back over to Austin Felix. Slow and steady. One bullet in his gun all week, suspending jerkbait, living out in the middle of Rodman Reservoir. Austin Felix hooked to ply.
Giant. Stop that. Stay away from those. Oh, God. Golly.
You can't see it
The
here,
bite we've been waiting for.
but it is a minefield of timber under the water where Austin Felix is fishing right here.
We got him.
Wow.
That's one of the ones we need if we want to make it. Oh, yeah.
I mean, that fish got it.
Well, he has worked hard this week, worked so hard to get into the top 10. It was kind of touch and go for him yesterday.
Great tournament for Austin Felix.
Absolutely.
He's the real deal, man.
You've ordained him a possible
it's
angler
hard
of the year.
for me to do that on the first tournament of the year, but Such always likes to get a complete absurd prediction. I'm going with it. Austin Felix is he's my 2022 angler of the year in the Bassmaster
It's not that
Elite
absurd,
season.
though.
No, I don't think so. I'm all about Minnesotans.
Nice. Florida largemouth for Austin Felix moves him up the leaderboard, but still on top. Cruz at Downey. All right, thank you very much. We look forward to that matchup. Looking forward to next week here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. February 17th through the 20th. We're just moving a little ways up the road to the Harris chain of lakes, absolutely on fire. This is a place with a reputation for really pumping out the big ones year in and year out, and this year supposedly very, very good.
Absolutely. This has been a fantastic event here on the St. John's, but they are going to blow their doors out next week here on FS1. Taking a look at your leaderboard right there. It is a two-man show, and really, we have a lot of fishing time left. I'm going to take a look at our Yamaha midday report and talking about those two men at the top of the leaderboard from Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Really, the story coming into today was the story of two Johns, John Cruz, John Cox, and out of nowhere, really from days 2 and 3, Bob Downey. An unbelievable 20-minute flurry he went on with his lipless crankbait. And really, if you watched that flurry, number one, that is something we have not seen on this body of water. And not only in this tournament, we have not seen flurries like that, a little bit on shell bars, but for the size that he caught today, that was literally on one cast up in the Springs. And as the day's gone on, he's been not getting a lot of bites in there, but critical bites. The one thing to watch, we talked about it a lot of times still on the board, and a lot of the real big fish in that spring off the west side of Lake George have come later in the day. Bob Downey is not out of this tournament.
Bob Downey cutting a huge deficit, 13 pounds, 6 ounces to this man, but John Cruz has counterpunched right back.
John Cruz, such a great record here. Feels so comfortable here. A confident game plan to start this thing. His plan to win it wire to wire, and so far it is working out despite the onslaughts of some of the best anglers going right now.
Exactly right. John Cruz has had a flawless game plan, going with his gut, starting in a different area than he did on days 1 and 2. Yesterday, it kinda didn't work. Your Yamaha midday report, John Cruz, his game plan today, starting where he did yesterday, and it played in a big way, just doing a little bait change, paying off for John Cruz. That is your Yamaha midday report. John Cruz still in the driver's seat, and again, one thing with John Cruz, at least 2 days of this tournament, a lot of his bigger ones have come later in the day. That's
execution.
Your Yamaha midday report.
Excellent job. His execution, his poise, second to none. He is really on his game to start out this season. Ronnie, you promised, talking about his opponent at the top there, Bob Downey, you promised a little background on him, his group, sort of his generation.
Yeah, every year we have new anglers come in from the Bassmaster Opens to the Elite Series, and you just don't know how to project how well they'll do. Unless they've had a previous pro career, you're not sure exactly how they'll pan out on the Elite Series. It normally takes a year or two to really gauge a rookie class, and now that we're at year 3 of that 2019 class, we obviously know they're full of great pros, but looking at the specific division, that year, Tommy, we had an Eastern Division and a Central Division, 5 qualifiers from each. The Eastern Divisions proved to be very tough as well, but the Centrals, look at the 2021 season and what impact it had on that group. We had 3 of the 5 anglers qualify from the Central Opens take titles in 2021. We had Wes Logan and Neely Henry. We had Caleb Kufal in a historic, the second biggest margin of victory ever. He took the title at Gunnersville. And then we had Taku Ito, 26 pounds on the final day at the St. Lawrence River to win his first elite event. All 3 of those wins came in 2021 for that class. The 2 guys who didn't get wins in that class so far, John Cox, he's won 2 Opens though throughout his career. No Elite Series events yet. And Bob Downey, he won an Open the year he qualified, no elite wins either. Both of them poised and have a shot to do that today. And another guy we want to highlight, he was the Rookie of the Year in 2019, coming from the Open Series to the Elites. Austin Felix, he's your prediction for Angler of the Year this year, Z, and you might have had some forethought looking at the stats, because over from middle of last season to already this season, look at the role he's been on. Lake Fork, 10th place, made the top 10 there, obviously. Neely Henry, 9th. Gunnersville, 14th. Champlain, 5th. St. Lawrence, 10th, and he's in the top 10 once again this week at the St. Johns River. So Austin Felix is on a roll, and man, that 2019 Central Opens class is full of promising pros.
Okay. Now I'm gonna take a right-hand turn here. If it was fantasy Bassmaster Dynasty, where you could keep one of those anglers on your fantasy team for the rest of history, out of those anglers, which one would it be?
The 5 anglers from the Central Opens. That's what you're saying.
From that year.
Logan, Kufal, Ito, Cox.
Now you're going to
Downey.
offend somebody here, but go ahead. One pick.
For the rest of their, how long are they fishing to?
Let's give it. They're going to fish for the next, say, 21 years.
21 years. I gotta go. Oh, I gotta go Wes Logan.
Wow.
I gotta go Wes Logan.
Well, he's good.
Such?
Oh, that is tough. I mean, how about Austin Felix? I kind of
He
like
wasn't
him. He
in the
almost
class.
won an AOY.
No, that was a different thing. He wasn't part of the 5. He was just an added. Yeah, no. It was
I'm
just
going with, get ready for this. I'm going with Greg Hackney.
Okay, I like that. I like
wait
that.
a minute.
Hey,
Wait a
I
minute.
like
You just
that.
expanded the universe
I
there.
didn't say the 1999 class. We said 2019.
I'm going with Superman. He's really good.
Honestly, if we're having a projected entire career, Rick Clun, I'll take Rick Clun. Yeah, it's not too bad.
See, Bob Downey's moved back to his area, that little pinch point in the spring where he caught him early this morning.
So you think Hackney will fish the next 21 years?
I'm going to go with negative.
Negative.
I'm going to go with
Okay,
negative.
good. Just
You know,
making
we
sure.
have a lot of hunting trips to work. All right, Tommy, before we go off air, big game today. Got a lot of basketball here
The
on
big
FS1.
game, too.
The big game. Give me your pick.
I'm probably going Bengals.
Really?
Yeah.
I like it.
Is that a heart
I
or
like to
mind?
be a contrarian, you know?
I like it. I'm going
like it.
31-28 Bengals also.
All right. There you go.
So is that your heart mind or your heart pick or your mind pick?
You throw
You
Joe
want
Cool
him
in
and
there,
you
and that
think
may
of-
be both. Absolutely. He's
I
a good
want him to win so bad, but
He's
I
a
just
keeper.
think it's going to be 2 touchdowns by the Rams. Unfortunately.
Sort of agree with you.
Yeah.
With you on that, Ronnie.
Heart
Yes.
says Bengals by
Yes.
50.
Like I said,
Give
I
it to me.
think Aaron Donald's going to be a big problem.
Heart and a
Give it
cup
to
of
me.
coffee.
Hey, I will say, watch for Jesse Bates in the secondary for the Bengals. Matt Stafford's gotten a little loose with the ball lately, and so I'm just saying that Jesse Bates is one of the best safeties in the league.
Like it.
Well, our coverage about to wrap up today.
Great
So
event,
great
man.
having you along with us on FS1 to enjoy this, morning without compare
Great tournament.
on the St. Johns River. Excellent stuff.
Whoever wins this tournament, which is every Elite Series tournament, literally they earned it, and they somehow dodged a lot of giant blows.
Bass Live continues.
What incredible
next
ebbs and
3
flows
flows.
of this event. I mean, we had a small margin of lead in day 1, a huge margin, and now we've had someone from nowhere come up to have a shot.
Bassmaster.com is where you can continue watching Bass Live if you are so inclined. Also, the weigh-in to be found here starting at 3:30 Eastern Time. As for our fans here on FS1, we will see you next week. Thursday, coming up
It's gonna be a
Thursday,
big
8 a.m.
Bass
Eastern
beat
Time.
down next week.
Oh, we'll kick it off at the Harris Chain. That will be a good one as well. Expect some more giants on the way. Have a great rest of your Sunday. Enjoy the day, and we will see you next time.
Yes, please. What? Where? Oh, maybe move. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Dave Mercer joined by Davey Height and Masayuki Masashita, an amazing event he's having. We've talked about it. To have this in his first event on the Elite Series, how important is that, Davey?
Oh, it's got to mean the world to him. You know, my first year, it's been a long time, but it really hasn't. You know, I can certainly remember my first year being out on trail, pursuing your dream. And I didn't have a top 10 my first event, but, you know, a few events in, having a good, you know, I mean, you really just don't know if the people that you're competing against at the highest level in Bassmaster put their pants on like you do, so to speak. And you need to experience that and say, yeah, these guys, you know, I can make a top 10, I can compete, or I can win. It means a lot when you get to that point, and obviously the sooner the better, so you don't start having second thoughts about the choice you've made of paying a big entry fee, being away from home, a lot of expenses being on the road, that sort of thing. So, and that's just for me traveling from South Carolina, and a lot of our tournaments are in the Southeast. I can only imagine traveling from Japan to another country. So that's why and you see the hard work, the determination in these Japanese anglers that, you know, I have the utmost respect for them.
It's funny the way you describe it, because it very much feels like, not being in that position, but watching people go through that, it very much feels like almost a sigh of relief you see from anglers, like when they're like, yeah, I can hang. I can, you know, because you don't know. I mean, you've competed at all different levels, but until you've really done this, and it's just like any other sport. I mean, you think of all the quarterbacks that get drafted throughout the years, and they dominated at the highest level they made it to, but didn't make it in the NFL. And this is truly the NFL efficient.
It's such a good comparison, and it's, you know, whether you're a quarterback on a football team or a professional angler, you can have confidence, and but to really know. I mean, you think you know, but to really know, to make a top 10 or to win an event at the highest level, then there's a different I know. I mean, you can. It's like I say this at the Bassmaster Classic a lot. A lot of people's first classic. Oh, it's a fishing tournament. It's me against the fish. Well, no, it's not. And you just don't understand that. It's different. There's a lot that goes on around it, and it is our world championship of bass fishing. So I'm not saying that when somebody says that I don't think they can win.
Yeah.
But I always it just you know, makes me chuckle a little when I hear someone say, you know, to someone in the media when they ask how you feel about fishing your first Bassmaster Classic. Oh, it's just me and the fish. It's just another tournament. It's, no, it's not. You know, and you realize that once you experience, and that's why it's the World Championship.
Yeah. Well, and you don't have to look any further than Jason Christie's openly talked about that, and that's a guy who has had at the time, I think, 8 FLW wins. You know what I mean? He's fished at an incredibly high level, and he thought, you know, I can block all this out. It's just. Yeah. But he's been open and saying, man, I underestimated it.
Yeah, and he's a great example of that, because when he first came to the Elite Series, he started winning immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got cold blood in his veins, you know, so to speak, and that's great. I appreciate that about him and about, you know, any fisherman that he doesn't get rattled, you know. But the Classic's a different deal. The Classic, and he'll win one. He'll win one.
We're going to talk about this tournament in a minute, but I got one more question for you. Do you remember that moment? Like, was there an event where you were like, I'm okay, I can hang with these guys? Or is it just a accumulation of different?
No, I remember the exact moment.
Really?
I do. And you know, I'm sure the moment is different for everyone.
Yeah.
But like I say, I think you have to have that moment if you're ever going to be successful. You have to have that moment. When I quit my
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Location coverage here, shores of Palatka, Florida, which lays in St. John's River. That's been our playing field, and since day number 1, John Cruz has been number 1. You see him atop the leaderboard with 73 pounds, 10 ounces. But day after day, just when we think one angler's got it, all of a sudden a giant charge comes. We're in Florida. Nobody is safe here. And that is a beautiful shot of our map. Northern Florida is where we are situated. And this is, I believe, our 8th stop, 8th time coming here. But every single time we come here, this incredible body of water plays a different game. Let's jump right into things right now with our Toyota midday report and catch up what's been happening on the water. A guy who's got his eyes focused on Angler of the Year, Stetson Blaylock, off to a decent start today.
Yeah, off to a good solid start. This week on live, he's had a better day today than yesterday as far as numbers and that one good quality fish. So a good day for Stetson Blaylock. Charged like a couple other anglers did yesterday and today, but good solid tournament for Stetson Blaylock. Still plenty of time to fish. Like you just mentioned, it's never safe here in Florida. You could catch back-to-back, 8-pounders, an 8 and a 10, something like that. This tournament's not over until you put the final fish on the scale.
Well, one thing is for sure, this tournament is not over.
Event, he fishes just like the rest of these anglers, but after day 1 he had to think, man, I just got to salvage some points, and he has done that. He has done a great job coming from 84th place, moving up, making the Saturday cut, and then yesterday having another good day making the Sunday cut. So to be honest with you, his odds of him winning this event are probably pretty slim, but I guarantee you he will take his finish in the top 10 all day long after a start like we don't see Drew Cook have a start like he did the first day here of the new season. He had to be so disappointed, but instead of just being disappointed, he went out the next day and did something about it and has moved up the leaderboard every single day.
He's an incredible track record for second-day comebacks, but you're right, because the exact words he said to me when I saw him this morning was, "Can you believe I'm actually here?" Here's a guy that has been in the mix since day number 1, David Mullins, 3-time Classic qualifier.
Yeah, he's been just gradually up in the standings all week long, kind of being quiet about it, so to speak, and just solid, consistent stringers, which is so hard to do. John Cruz, then solid, consistent stringers after that. But David Mullins has done a great job not having that big 24 to 32-pound stringer, but just having good solid limits each and every day. A good start today. You see him there using a topwater prop bait, and then also we saw him sight fishing today, caught one of his better fish. I think that might be it right there. But mixing it up, doing a lot of different things like these anglers have to do here in Florida this time of year. The weather is so different every single day.
The weather is definitely different every day, and at our on-location coverage right now, we have an impending storm. No, it's here. It is teeming rain, but this guy wants it to...
Speaking of just kind of quietly having a good tournament, you named him so accurately, the silent assassin. He has really done a good job of just staying in the hunt in this entire tournament. He was in the mix from day one and has today. Fishing in Rodman Reservoir, probably more than anyone. He starts there and finishes there basically every day, where we've seen John Cruz and some other anglers, Patrick Walters, a few other anglers fishing Rodman. But he has stayed in there basically fishing offshore with a jerkbait.
A big player, but this is a guy who came a big distance to come here. His first Elite Series event, Masashita.
Yeah, having a great tournament, and we talked about it a little while back, Dave, about an hour or so ago, I guess, about how important it is to have a good start to your Elite Series. The very first event, his very first year, traveling all the way from Japan, and man, sure everybody wants to win the events, but to finish in the top 10 on the very first, perfectly great fisherman, and we'll be seeing a whole lot more of. It's surprising, one of the only anglers in a number of years to make the top 10 fishing exclusively in Crescent Lake. I don't remember an angler fishing just there and making our top 10 in quite a few years.
Definitely indeed. I don't remember an angler weighing one fish on day 2 and making it all the way to Championship Sunday. Today, this morning, so far, has been all about Bob Downey.
Bob Downey was he was like, oh golly, Bob Downey this morning, because he caught 5 fish right there. 5 fish this morning. I mean, and actually took the lead for about an hour or so this morning away from John Cruz. John Cruz unofficially has regained the lead since then. But old Bob Downey has really tightened things up. And like you said, Dave Mercer, it's really incredible that he's in the position he is. He definitely has a chance to win with one more good fish after bringing only 1 fish to the scale on day 2. That's absolutely unheard of. When this many fish are being caught, it's not like we're at a tough event where you can bring one to the scales and survive. I mean, you're not supposed to be in contention to win with a few hours to go, only catching 1 fish on day 2.
Wire to wire in Florida. It's never happened here on the St. Johns River, but John Cruz might just do it today.
Yeah, we've not seen it in the Bassmaster Elites. I don't know if we've even seen just 2 leaders. It usually changes at least 2 or 3 times during the event, sometimes a different leader every single day. It's so hard to do. But the reason it's so hard to do is one pattern just doesn't hold up. It never. But John Cruz hasn't relied on one pattern. Or with 28 pounds on day 1, caught him in Rodman Reservoir. I'm on a drop shot. But then you see today and yesterday, he started off with a vibrating jig, caught a lot of his weight on that. Yesterday, I think he only caught 1 fish on the soft plastic Texas rig, but it was a very crucial fish, a 6-pounder.
Water with John. Live on the water, and he is hooked up. As you can see, some of that weather we talked about hitting the area John is fishing too.
Trailer hook. Spinnerbait. In the rain. 2 something.
Changing conditions, and it's going to change things for several of our anglers.
What?
See, hooked up there, and look at that water. He is dealing with weather. Davey Height, we were on FS1, and we said it was clearing up, blue skies. And we are, as you said, really good weathermen because we were totally wrong.
Hey, I think it is clearing up in Los Angeles right now. But it is not clearing up here. But there again, you got to really give credit to John Cruz. This weather comes in, the wind starts blowing, and the rain starts coming down, and he picks up a spinnerbait. The first time we've seen a spinnerbait in his hand this week, he catches that really good fish. Here we go
again.
6+. I mean, we can look at the footage later, I guess. But. Nothing I did wrong, really. That sucked.
One of the few, I guess the only. Days.
I don't know if I should keep in front of these, keep going here, or switch. I may shoot to the other side real quick. I am. Sorry, guys.
This weather has to favor the moving thing.
Yes. What's happening here right now, and it looks the same. He's 15 miles from us, but it's the same weather here right now. You see there, and it's not the perfect sight fishing conditions like probably John Cox.
A few minutes if I want to hit this 1 o'clock block. And the fish are biting, apparently. We just had 2 bites real quick right there. Almost slip over to the other side and shoot up here.
I don't know if an angler had a spinnerbait tied on.
You don't get another bite.
The weather is changing, and so are the anglers changing up. Our tournament leader making a move. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
And fishing right below the rock.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Oh, the last couple of hours of our Bassmaster live coverage. Championship Sunday on the St. John's River. First stop of the year is the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite here. And John Cruz, the veteran, been here every year of the Elites. Looking to be the first angler of all these decades, all these 20-plus visits by the Bassmasters to this place to go wire to wire with the victory. Hard place to do it. But Bob Downey, he is trying to upset that apple cart and doing a great job of it. What a fantastic morning for Bob Downey. In the matter of 20 minutes this morning, he put 22 pounds. You okay, Z?
Oh.
He put 22 pounds in the boat, and then he added an 8-pounder. That's just, I still can't digest it all.
You know, every time somebody else has gotten in the mix in this tournament, really, you look at guys like John Cox. We heard Mercer and Davey Height talk about it, and the rest of the Bassmaster staff. Everybody looking at John Cox to make a big. I think the safe money this morning, everybody watching this tournament, was John Cox. And then all of a sudden you see Bob Downey come out of nowhere today. With that being said, John Cruz has he has fished, it's hard to say this, but he has fished a absolute perfect Elite Series tournament this week.
When he's needed to zig, he's done that. When he's needed to zag, he's done that as well. We just saw during that last portion, the wind kicked up, started to rain a little bit. He picks up an old school spinnerbait, something he hadn't even caught a bass on all week on live, and puts another fish in the boat that will cull, making great adjustments, like you said, Z.
Time on the water, that's what they say is the key to it, at the very, very down deep at the core of it.
I'm spun out with the Super Bowl in a few hours, Joe. I know. I'm getting spun out.
You're
shaking over here.
I know.
You're shaking.
Just breathe. We will get there. We will absolutely get there. Take a look at Bob Downey. Talk about that morning he had there, that magical 20 minutes or so when he put 22 pounds in the boat. We've been around big ones, just couldn't land them for 3 days.
Yeah,
1 or 2 every day.
Interesting, Tommy, fishing a little pinch point in the springs off the west side of Lake George in an area that we did not see him fish all that much the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Bob Downey throwing a lipless crankbait early today, and it was a sparkling, a dazzling performance for about 20 minutes. Caught himself 5 that weighed about 22 pounds as we were on FS1 earlier today, and we started to manufacture a little bit of drama and thought,
That's, yep.
We did, Z.
I know.
And I feel,
But it was that bass right there that actually got, hold on.
Got our attention.
Bob Downey back in the mix. Got a little bit of a cell moving in here. TH Marine Weather watches rain, northwest wind at 10 miles per hour. That is the most wind and probably the lowest skies ceiling that we have seen all tournament long.
This could be the best possible conditions if Downey needs another 5 to 6 pounder for him to be able to do that, and to maybe hurt a John Cox trying to look with his eyes at some fish. You can't see him that great when it's windy like this or it's really cloudy. So that this could bode well for.
He needs a big fish.
Downey's comeback attempt.
Has been blowing for a little while. Bob said, I haven't caught a fish since it really started going. This morning, just the right amount.
That pontooner's getting ready to start pre-gaming. People getting the wings on.
What do they call the characters from Waterworld? The
smokers.
Smokers. They're coming in.
Paper. Paper.
It'll happen.
Oh boy.
Make that run from down in George and from Rodman a little bit more tricky. Timing it up, you might have to spend a little bit more time. Wind coming from the north.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Ronnie Blog just came in that John Cox told Andy Crawford that it was getting harder for him to see the beds. The water's up a little bit in his area too, so that's even the cloud cover and rain just passed through. It's supposed to blow out here. That should be the last little line of storms going through.
See if we can't slink on down to Astor with David Mullins. Had himself a glorious event fishing on the north side of Crescent all week long.
Good start to a season and very solid AOY the last few years, including a runner-up spot.
Yeah, this is a recipe.
Get in here. Mm-hmm. That's why you make a long run. I just lost one just about like that. Come here.
There's a limit for a little while. Going to do a little culling here.
I think that's a good call.
Cooked up.
Bad one there.
Way better catching day today on live than yesterday.
I'll say.
Way better.
Yet your tone is still very similar. You're kind of still on the fritz coming back from break.
Yeah, it's a big day, Ron. You know?
It's the big game.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I have my hands on him. She's got me freaking arm. That's how they freaking supposed to eat it right there. Still not freaking big though. Don't get me wrong, this is a nice one, but
Cook said he had a lot of fish on beds at the end of semifinal Saturday. Didn't think he could catch 32 pounds like John Cox. Notice with the changing conditions, he has bypassed that, really has locked a lipless crankbait and a swim jig in his hand all day long today.
Cook from way down in the standings.
84th
fast
to
trajectory.
9th.
84th.
84th to 9th.
Wow.
That's incredible. And I was going to say, when David Mullins hooked up, this is somewhat of a recipe for our AOY winner at the end of the year. Scott Canterbury in 2019 made a top 10 at the St. Johns River and got off to a great start. Clark Windlet, I believe the next year, 2020, did the same thing. Seth Fighter last year. So anyone in the top 10, you just keep your eye on them to carry this. Somebody will carry this throughout the rest of the year.
Drew Cook, not a bad pick for AOY.
No,
not a bad pick. Not with the lakes coming up as well.
Yeah.
If he stays positive, he's a good pick.
He needs to get with Matty Wong on the
Center and out.
Yes,
Center and out.
Yes.
Yep.
Recenter yourself, bad vibes out, positivity up.
Stetson Blaylock making a big move somewhere we haven't seen him much of this event.
So looks like a different spring than the other springs that guys are fishing.
This weather's unbelievable.
Well, and he kind of thought it would. That canal heading towards Rodman got him to the, really has been what's carried him this whole tournament. He's kind of tapered out a little bit here the last couple days.
Heavy duty reconnaissance there going on. Stetson Blaylock. I've visited with Patrick Walters in a few minutes.
Go get it, big mama.
Look there, can't get much traction today. About a 2-pound average, a little more than a 2-pound average.
Patrick Walters is one of the best anglers in the world at the St. Johns River for 3 days. Just every year has not been able to put it together on the final day.
Keep the buck for a minute.
We'll separate him from that other two. Hey, that's a limit. If that big female pulls up, I didn't even set the hook. Do you see that? I didn't want to, but sometimes she might get fired up and be like, "Ooh, where my man at?" I hope she's like that. Hope she ain't no independent woman, okay? We don't like them.
Don't know if we'll get to see exactly what he's looking at, but he's looking at something.
On the bed, big girl. Get back on the bed. Get back up there. Come on. Get back up there. I lost her. Can't see her if she goes to the left.
I want to catch this fish so bad. But I don't know if it's going to be possible. She's acting pretty weird. She's acting pretty shady. I lost her again. There she is.
It has started blowing. Most wind we have seen by far.
Yeah, even the protected places are frothing up a little bit.
Spotted one nice one up here, but threw at him a while ago and he swam off pretty quick. I'm gonna give him just a few minutes to see what he wants to do. It's a pretty good fish for sure. I don't know how committed he is to stay on the bed.
You've been following or trying to follow this week and you're just getting in today to
pop in for a visit.
Popping in for a little visit. Let's give you some information here. John Cruz, of course, has had the lead each and every day. Started with the lead today, severely diminished from what it had been. Big push by John Cox at the end of day number 3, but John quickly went about getting himself a limit, putting himself out in front of the crowd pretty well, and then Bob Downey from 7th place went on a tear and just absolutely caught 22 pounds in the space of 20 minutes, added an 8-pounder to that, and pulled himself within less than 2.5 pounds, unofficially.
Go over to John Cruz right now.
And now, and it's crazy, and now it's like gonna be sunny here in just a minute. That's wild. We just hit that bite window perfect. I don't know if we're gonna fit through there. I should have gone around that. I have to switch to the black one. I mean, just like immediate right to sun and calm. Crazy. If it would have stayed windy, it would have made me nervous, to be honest with you. If somebody's in the right place at the right time, it could get ugly quick, just like those 2 bites went bang bang. Aye. I'd like to put the other one in the boat, but I mean, honestly.
Oh, what? It is that time of year. That time of year. It is the time of year for grebes. Chicken scratching around, getting ready for the big game. Look, boy, they got a flock of them. Look at him.
Yeah.
There they are. A pile of hens, little Jake right there.
Poulter too.
Strutting on down the gunner's row.
Yes, I'm glad. Now I know the true spelling of it. I did not know it was 3 E's. I thought it was only 2, but it's 3 E's.
That's
so
exactly
Greaves,
what it
sense.
is.
Wrong.
Is it? It's wrong. All my life I didn't know that.
I saw a research article about the famous bird, but they spelt it the other way, and I just didn't believe that that was correct. So I'm glad to see
Didn't have any
three
standing with
three
you.
E's is the true way.
Gotcha.
That's pronounced, Ronnie.
I guess this water may be just a little bit clearer because it's that Rodman water that's gotten pushed through since the lock just opened. Old fat lips to just get a big taste of it. Come on, get out there.
Boy, that front passing didn't last long.
No.
No.
That was one of those. It's going to rain every day in Florida, but it's from 3 to 3:30
Right,
type of
yeah,
storm.
right.
For those tuned in who want to see John Cox, we would like to as well. He is so far up a creek
Yes.
that heads to the base of the Rodman Dam. It's so narrow, the trees overhang, that you can barely get a text out to the blog to update us. So you're wondering how we know, yet we can't see, to get a camera feed out of that. That's
Yes, we're hearing that he has 12 and a half pounds. And the other thing about that is he's further up that river system that Hackney was. We had a cameraman with Hackney on day one and
30
never
seconds, baby.
got, we had at most 30 seconds. There is just zero service. It is what it is.
And it's the one place that with all the technology that we've changed over the years and gotten better with, we could go to Astor and see him, we could go to Jacksonville and see him, we could go to the end of Rodman and see him. But, because Rodman used to be a tricky place for us to see him. Like we had cameramen say they couldn't update Bass Track yesterday because of service, but yet we still saw anglers. But this is one of those places that you could barely text, so you can't.
And he's down in a hole.
Yeah, but he's below. And
Correct.
think about it, he's below another lake. Like he's below Rodman.
I played the 4. Played the 4 box. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So it's not like what I'm seeing on the MySpaces and stuff that we're playing favorites by not showing him. No, that's not the case. We would love to see John Cox look at 8 to 10 pounders, but we will definitely take the video from his day, maybe even yesterday's, and be able to
a sweet
get that
package.
Yeah, I heard you were gonna get down on the keyboards with me and help.
I do things like that.
He'll surprise you once in a while.
I'm not scared to get in an edit suite.
No.
But it'll be after the big game.
Right.
Yeah. I what's messed up there.
Austin Felix is just wearing that deal out. He is committed, and he has worked hard.
And he said this is all he has.
Yeah.
And he has made the most of it for sure.
Massa.
Yes. Hopanda. It's a move.
Whoa.
Yeah, we go.
Based on Cruz's stellar 3 days and Downey's amazing day 1 and day 4, Massa and them they're going to have to do something special to fight for that first spot.
Yes.
But we haven't seen Downey's fish in a long time. We still agreeing that they're 27? Or are they 28 and a half? Is it much closer than 113, 1, 2 pounds?
Are you still agreeing that John Cruz has 16-1?
What do you think he has?
Oh,
17 and a half?
Maybe?
Maybe. So if they're both
Yeah.
a pound and a half heavier, then they're both the same distance apart on the leaderboard.
Hard to say. Hard to say on that.
Pressing on, and the clock is ticking. Not fast enough for John Cruz. He would love to hang in there right where he is right now. And he has not given up. He has been full on the whole tournament. Bob Downey, great job today. Did himself a world of good. And the rest of them, like you say, as for now, till further notice, they're kind of struggling for third place. We'll be back.
Fixing to put you on notice here. Sorry, I don't even know what is going on.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
BMC on point, keeping your head in the game. Staying sharp, that's what it's all about.
I understand.
And being ready to take advantage of opportunity.
I would say that's right, Tommy Sanders. And on point today, by far and away, going to be Bob Downey. Fishing an area that, like we said, we've not seen him in there the last couple days, and starting to get a little feedback on that. Ron Moore made one comment, though, during the commercial break, and I'm not scared to say it. Ron Moore is desperately wanting to see another 30-pound stringer, and you might have it, my friend.
It would help my stats, Z.
Is he on your team?
No, it would help the stats reassure the point that we see double digits early in the event. We see triple, we see dirty 30.
So a big bag helps your stats?
Because it cements the point I made on day one. It makes me feel better.
It
Yeah,
bolsters his position.
Exactly.
Got it.
That's right.
Helps me stay on point. You see what I
Keeps
did
you
there, Tommy?
sharp.
Exactly.
Bob Downey with a very, very big day today.
Baby. Gosh, dude. Yes!
That is why people from other states, California, Texas, they have big bass as well. Alabama, everyone thinks their state is the best when it comes to that. What we see on little spurts in Florida, you can't mimic it elsewhere sometimes. Like
I'd say Texas is pretty strong.
Texas,
I'd say
Texas has a point.
I literally just prefaced all of that with that, but St. John's River always gives those 5 casts in a row for 20-minute stretch or something.
But he never did.
I think Florida is also, I would love to see this place and other places that we go to at a different time of year, post-spawn and stuff like that. I think that'd be really cool to see something like that.
You know, even like an April.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's still in that window of the spawn, but it's a lot of waves have happened in Florida by then.
Downey's still listed as a 2.5-pound deficit to Cruz. It's all unofficial, as we remind you, always on Bass Track.
See, this is kind of the scary thing today. If they start to lock on late today like they did yesterday, John Cox still has a prayer.
He's scratching a little bit at a time, getting a little closer to
chiseling.
2 on the top, chiseling, as you say.
Right over here.
Right now, Cox needs a 19-pound bag to take over the lead. That's it.
Which is a feasible thing to do where he's at.
Yeah. His small right now is still a 1 3/4 or a 1.5. He's got 202 pounds in there, according to our reports.
And he's 6'14" back on Bass Track. That's 2 bites.
We did get a taste of the Florida
What time did we
post-spawn
find
with
it? It was like, what?
College Championship at
10:30?
Harris Chain.
Absolutely.
84 pounds for 3 days.
Cool tournament.
It's the first thing this
Like
morning.
the one
found it.
bag that the brothers got, Ronnie,
Already been
36
back here
pounds,
once.
7 ounces.
Crazy.
Leif and
Get her
Matt
to go.
Messer of
Kentucky Christian.
Kentucky Christian. There was a 32-pound bag the day before. See, I did a story with Davey Hyde about which fisheries we would need 100 pounds to win. In this season, we may have more chances. We haven't had 2 in a year since the first 2 seasons of the Elites, 2006, 2007.
Okay, so Harris, pretty good possibility.
Davey said it was higher than 50%. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Go to
Santee.
Santee.
Underneath that mat. Did you hear
Stick.
it?
Yeah.
That's 3.
Those are all very.
Dave even put Pickwick in the mix. It's the right time of year. If things, and it's prefaced with the conditions have to be really good. Santee just not horrible weather.
I think Santee has a very good shot at it.
Yeah.
Very good.
I mean, I
Have
think
we ever done a mid-segment daily trivia?
Have we ever?
Striker.
Not in a while, not today.
I don't think we've even done a striker trivia.
Dead in the middle of the segment. Oh, sure.
Today.
Let's try. Let's give it a throw. Striker Daily Trivia. Question coming up to be asked and answered in the same turn. What bait did Bob Tyndall use? Well, see, we just saw a picture of Bob Tyndall to catch a 12 to 13 in. A 12-pound, 13-ouncer in the 1973 St. John's tournament.
All right.
What bait did he throw? Was it an 8-inch man's jelly worm? Was it a 12-inch hog hunter?
Yeah.
A Big O. The famous Big O. Was it that
I'm going to tell you
crankbait?
what, when I'm looking for a big bite, I'll just lock in a 12-inch hog hunter.
I got you.
And take and go to work.
I got
all
you.
those baits.
Okay, aggravator spinner bait is option D, so
I'm
chew on it.
Going to go a
spinnerbait.
I'm going to go a Big O crankbait.
Big O.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the big worm.
I'll say
what, hog hunter?
The aggravator.
Oh, you know, we fell on hog.
See what it was. Take and see what we can do. Well, listen, I told you, man. That's my go-to. When I catch a limit, I'm going to take and lock that thing right there in my hand, and I work that thing all day real slow.
You are famous.
You get a picture of that, right? It is. Hang on.
That's the fish.
Bob Tyndall must have been a hammer. Wow.
No kidding.
Look at that. How about
All
that?
those baits listed had big roles in that tournament. Winner Larry Hill threw the Big O for 108 pounds. J.D. Skinner threw the aggravator, caught a 10-2. Bill Bailey,
There it
12-3 on the jelly worm.
No 12-inch hog hunter. Weedless style.
Tyndall's bass.
Kind of what the hogs eat back in those days.
It's kind of like a giant plow jockey, like those old three-hook worms. Good
Ray
stuff right
Scott
there,
said it
Bob
was
Tyndall.
a
Bob Tyndall's an old hand, just so you know,
man.
Such. And take and see what we can do.
That stood as the top weight in B.A.S.S. for 24 years.
Boy, watching Drew cook sight fish is when we have him on camera, it is a thing to watch him work one on a bed.
They call that the cook quake. When he shakes the rod like that.
Seeing what we can do.
In situations with Blaylock and Cook, what they're doing right now, how important is it, Z, to have a positive attitude? I mean, it's hard to have a positive attitude, but with Blaylock and Cook, perusing bedfish or being, how hard is it to be positive?
I think he's just in heaven when he knows he can go sight fishing. I'm going to throw some unofficial Striker Daily trivia out there. Unnecessary name drop. I just found out where Bob Tyndall is from.
Uh-oh.
One Johnny Morse just texted.
Really?
Go ahead, Such.
no.
Just give. Go.
Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Oh. No. Such.
I thought I read it. Illinois.
Mississippi.
Springfield, Missouri.
You are the closest one. It's Greenfield, Missouri.
Greenfield,
I'd
Missouri?
love to read the whole text, but I can't. But he is from Springfield.
If you didn't tell us who it was from, you could have read the whole text.
And here's the other thing. Mr. Morris is not going to text me unless he knows exact. But evidently they were running buddies, used to hang together.
That's why I figured after
Yeah.
you said Mr. Morris sent that. It's from somewhere in Missouri.
Bob has passed on and made the comment to some of our other viewers right now. Typical, he lost 2 or 3 bigger that day on a 12-inch hog gunner.
Ah.
So he was
What would have been?
Evidently, they swung for the fence back then.
That sounds like it.
Ray Scott said it looked like a hunk of tractor tire tread fell off.
We got a freaking limit, though.
Sounds like Patrick Walters filled his
clearing
5
up.
limit.
Yeah.
There's the 2 top spots. Everybody's trying to chase down now. Got word from the water that Andy Crawford is leaving John Cox.
He is leaving.
So we may not have as quick
With
eyes on
no-
him. We still have our cameraman with him, who, if his service.
Which is who?
Trey Bruce.
Trey Bruce.
From the 919. Shout out North Carolina.
Each Bassmaster Elite Series event is 4 days long, which is not a sprint, it's a marathon, although the sprint is on now with just a couple of hours and change left for the fishing today. But let's talk about a marathon peak performance candidate. I think we have a shoe-in.
I think your marathon peak performance is going to be none other than John Cruz. We saw one little slip up earlier today, not even going to cost him. John Cruz has been in the driver's seat all week long. From fishing shallow, from fishing deep. Rodman earlier, day 1, day 2, little bit yesterday. John Cruz said, you know, the weights that I weighed in on day number 1, they were very surprising to me. I didn't think I could catch a 28-pound bag, which is exactly what he did. Your marathon peak performance. This is a long marathon peak performance. I was going to keep talking like that. Entire marathon peak performance. But honestly, fishing deeper than everybody else. We didn't talk about this. Fishing deeper than everybody else in Rodman, 15 to 25 feet of water. Backing it up with a bladed jig on the main St. Johns River late, days 1 and 2. Making key critical culls.
Got it that time. I laid over because
Cruz marathon peak performance is making the right moves, the right bait adjustments, not being married to one technique here on the St. Johns River, which is something we talked about on day number 1 with the passing front, high pressure, low pressure. John Cruz definitely mastered it, and Dave talked about it quite a bit. John Cruz has been in the driver's seat. Oh, he's been on cruise control all week long. You are the marathon peak performance. Quiver worm right there, lily pads.
Will deliver. And that's right. There you go.
Marathon peak performance.
This is its own marathon.
That's right. It's John Cruz right here. Going, and Ronnie was talking about this a little bit earlier, changing colors of his bladed jig and he was throwing a missile D-bomb trailer throughout the entire tournament.
Vertically rigged,
and going to a white bladed jig, little swim bait trailer. Absolutely unbelievable, and very straight up. He deserves to win this tournament.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Bob Downey has had an incredible event, but slipped up big time on day number 2. As far as the perfect event, John Cruz definitely has accomplished that.
And he'll be the first winner. This is our 8th visit to the St. John's on the Elite Series, 24th overall to the St. John's River. No one in the Elite Series has ever won the St. John's wire to wire. Half of the winners have been the leader going into the final day, but so they took the lead on day 3. But for Cruz to do it wire to wire would be impressive.
Yeah. Your marathon peak performance is
I think you got it.
wire to wire with John Cruz, really exploiting from our takeoff in Palatka up into Rodman. And as we said, Rodman has never been victorious in this, and it's really not again because John Cruz probably about 40% of what he's going to weigh in is going to come off the main river. We're looking at day one. We talked about this, protect a big stringer. John Cruz, Marathon Peak Performance, has done that to perfection.
Good solid day for him today. Unofficially at 16 pounds and 1 ounce. Got it started with 4 keepers very, very early in the first 30 minutes of the day, setting the tone. A little confidence out there, a little bit of a faith in your own judgment, and he should have it. It's been working out just about perfectly for John Cruz. Still got some time left. That clock is ticking for the rest of these anglers here in our top 10, and we will be back shortly with more.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Powerful, and by Skeeter Boats.
You work and strain and stress for 3 days to make it to this day, Championship Sunday. 10 anglers we have out there today are still working very, very hard. John Cruz is outworked and outperformed, outresulted everyone else for all this week long, trying to win it wire to wire. Bob Downey, a great, great Championship Sunday. John Cox, a great, great day number 3 to put himself in position, coming from back in the pack after a single-digit performance on day number 1. Masayuki Matsushita, very, very strong tournament. The rookie outperforming all the other rookies at this first stop for the year, 2022.
Taking sling down out of the water right now with your leader, John Cruz. You know, you say to yourself, well, Bob Downey, he needs a 6-pounder to win this tournament. It's a feasible thing to happen on this body of water.
Yeah. With water temperatures rising,
right.
and you're like, oh, okay.
Oh, boy.
But in Texas, I mean, that's more of a guarantee.
Boy, you are dwelling on that, aren't you? That's amazing.
John Cruz, leader, hooked up.
2-pounder.
2 pound 4 ounces is smallest.
Yeah, he's not gonna help.
Might get 4 ounces out of that.
Here. That's the small one.
Nope.
Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing with us.
One thing we haven't mentioned, Z, necessarily, but I am impressed at Cruz's ability to fish behind himself. Not others, but behind himself and still catch them on those baits. Just
when I saw it look bigger than that.
First time this tournament we've seen David Mullins run to the south end of Lake George.
That one's it. Ooh. That's the one I saw. That's the one I saw. Huh? Little upgrade.
It's a dude that could make a press on an Angler of the Year with the lakes that we're going. You said that, I think, yesterday, yeah?
Yep.
I think it's blue. I think it's it. I think that's a little upgrade, huh?
Boy, that's
a good upgrade. Yeah. That's 2 upgrades like that again. What's good is that he might be even better at the Harris chain next week.
Might even be better than everybody.
For his style.
Well, I stuck that one. I didn't move it.
I mean, I'm telling you, the safety was off when he pitched that bait up in there.
A little splash.
The only reason I could see her, she was above that sand. I could see her moving in and out of that sand.
Boy,
wow. That north wind blowing in the bottom of Crescent.
Absolutely
Oh,
blowing.
goodness.
Woo.
Mass has got one on the bed right here. He's eyeing up real good.
He is pulling the plug on that business. I think he was just lowering his trolling motor. A lot of guys starting to eye spy right now. Patrick Walters, we saw Stetson Blaylock doing that a little bit with Bob Downey and David Mullins. It's kind of gambling, going for broke a little bit with some of the deficits.
Matsushita 8 pounds out of the lead. That's an impressive debut. If he finishes in the slot he's in right now, especially third place, rookie. First ever Elite Series event.
Also, kudos to Matty Wong. 21st, he would be the second highest rookie finisher.
Wow.
So he would have about a 15 to 20 point lead over those guys. Just the nearest pursuer for Masayuki. But Matty Wong and Matsushita, for that fact, probably haven't fished too much in Florida. So the fact that they came down here and were able to tangle with the beast and get a good finish out is good.
Matsushita fished all the opens last year.
And I was wrong yesterday.
Super
I was
consistent.
corrected. It wasn't 3 years or so for Matsushita. He's been fishing the open since 2016, so it's 6 years.
Won one in 2020 to qualify for the 21 Bassmaster Classic. Won a Rayburn, won the open down there.
That's impressive.
So he could fish
Very
Roberts.
impressive.
Yeah.
And he got, I think, a top 5 at Norman last fall. We got to watch him on FS1 on live.
That's right.
Both times we saw him, he was fishing deep and offshore. Might be a skill set we'll watch out for, maybe at a fork and a pickwick.
Mm-hmm. That's probably the meat and potatoes technique where he's from, like Biwa in Japan, with a lot of pressure.
He's gassing on the bottom end of Crescent right now. That is a hard proposition, man.
This weather,
Where's Stetson Blaylock? One really good one in his boat today. Came as actually his first keeper of the day, was a 5+.
didn't see him even up there. Wow. See if we can get this sucker in the boat. Probably should have just flipped him. Get rid of one of them little guys in there.
He is in a big fish area, the bottom end of Lake George. Canal system that
we really hadn't seen anybody in the top 10 on camera be in that spring.
A lot of people thought the tournament last year would be won in that one.
Pretty slow for Micah Frazier. Hats off to him for battling back after a very tough day number 2.
Yes.
Not leaving yet.
Such, any word from John Cox?
I have
cameraman?
not seen anything.
Okay. All right. Not even worried about it, bud.
Who are you talking to, Z?
You.
Let's make a move. This weather.
A tough day 2 and a tough final day for Micah Frazier, but a 10th place finish. This is what we expect of him. It was very odd to see him struggle this past season, as a couple anglers did, and finish around that 55 to 65 range of points. Very uncharacteristic.
First time in a long time for him.
He's back on par where he should be.
Austin Felix at about 16 1/4. I don't think he's going to bail on what he's been doing all week.
No.
No, he'll stick with that till it's time to point it toward.
Would have loved to have seen what he had hooked yesterday.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I mean, that was a legitimate sea beast. See what we can do.
We're going to take a quick break here. Show you some of these unofficial fast track scores right here as we head closer and closer to weigh-in time. John Cruz a little closer to the possibility or the probability, the actuality of a wire-to-wire victory here. Bob Downey, great day for him. John Cox, we have our eyes on him and all the rest. We will be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
31 pounds, 15 ounces! 31 pounds, 15 ounces! And John Cruz rockets all the way from 38th place to second with 55 pounds, 2 ounces.
I think everybody was a little shocked by that right there. Even Dave Mercer, who rarely makes a mistake, was so caught up in the moment that
We've only made the same mistake 39 times today.
I do it 11 times an
It's
hour.
A lot of Cruzes and John Cox and Cruz and St. John's.
Honestly, John Cox and John Cruz have been kind of taking over this whole entire event, and Cox kind of had some of our own Elite Series pros backstage a little caught off guard, and our cameraman guy, Brian Evie, who is out there with Stetson Blaylock today, he snapped a couple photos of John Cox's bag at the tanks that kind of sum up the day. You can see that he's holding a fish. There's an angler back here in the background. It's getting a little closer in on the angler. And then we realized that Matt Airy is just in the background of the deal.
Having a time.
Oh, boy. Gawking at it. And Z, this one's for you. I just wanted to flash some food for the Super Bowl up for you as well. Our guy, Brantley Salter, he loves him some LSU Tigers, and he loves him some Bassmaster Live. And he said it requires you to pull out the big guns and to grill and chill today for not the Super Bowl, but the big game. So we're excited about that today.
That was slabs right there.
Hey, I will also say, someone messaged me that The Simpsons predicted the Super Bowl long ago, years ago, on a TV screen. It had LA Rams 34, Bengals 31, and I believe Homer Simpson had Go Bengals on his stomach. So obviously the world wants the Bengals to win, and it might not go that way. So that's the prediction.
I think it could be OT. I think it could go to overtime, and Bengals have a pretty steely kicker.
Yeah.
So think about that.
Uh-oh.
B&W Trailer Hitches on the line. We've got one more opportunity for that today. There he is, our man Davey Hyten. Davey, your career, we've been spending most of our time on John Cruz and, of course, Bob Downey today. In your career, I'm sure that you have had both a day like John Cruz, where you're just trying to bring this thing home, you're trying to get it into the barn on the last day, wanting that clock to move really fast. And I bet you've had some days where you've been in the Bob Downey spot. I don't know what's happening here, but I will take it, and maybe I can take this thing to the house. Hey, am I right or wrong?
Oh, absolutely. I think I had the exact number of second-place finishes that I did first-place finishes in my career, so I've tasted both of those for sure. But Bob Downey has got to be just loving the day. To have a day like he's had on the final day is phenomenal, and he's still got a chance. We've still got over an hour of fishing time left, but, man, he will be thinking for a very, very long time, what if on day 2 I had made a few adjustments? And the key to John Cruz is, maintaining the lead through all 4 days, in my opinion, is he's been so flexible and he's done so many different things. He's fished deep, he's fished soft plastics, he's fished jerk bait, spinner bait, vibrating jig, drop shots, Texas rigs. I mean, he's really done a great job of just fishing the moment, and that's why he has the lead right now.
Does it surprise you a little bit, Davey? We have John Cox. He has been out in the wilderness. We have had 0 cell service with him all day, but unofficially only sitting on about 12 1/4 pounds, where I think even John Cox thought that he was going to catch 20 pounds with his eyes closed talking to him last night. A little bit surprised by that?
Yeah, absolutely surprised by that. John Cox is a great fisherman. Everybody expected him to go out today and maybe not catch 31.15, but to catch 20 pounds, like you said, with his eyes closed. I even talked to him this morning. This is unusual for him because he's usually pretty reserved in the mornings, and, he's been there, done that. He's won big tournaments before, but he's never won a Bassmaster Elite, and you could tell it was a little different feeling with John Cox. He told me this morning, he said, man, I didn't hardly sleep at all last night, and that's coming from someone who's won a number of really big tournaments, so he's absolutely surprised. But then also, I think you'd agree, Z, John, there's a little bit of, you just wonder, is it really 12 pounds? Is it really 13 pounds? Because John Cox kind of likes to stay on the edge of not letting people know where he's at, what he's doing, what he's fishing, or how many fish he has in the live well. So I really won't believe his weight until I see it. We have good sources, but when we see him on the scale, then we'll know it's all over.
Well, we've spent a lot of time with John Cox. I think it's fair to say that a lot of times he doesn't really know what's going on. Hey, looking at a guy like John Cox, and I'm going to look, next week, obviously, a lot of the anglers really, really excited to get to the Harris chain, Davey. For somebody that's playing fantasy fishing going into next week, dial us in, number one. Do you think it's going to be a shallow water game, or will it be like the college event that was won offshore? And give us a few of your picks for that tournament.
So I got a couple things there. I'm glad you brought that up. First of all, if Ronnie Moore wants to win fantasy fishing, I'd love to go on a fishing trip with Ronnie Moore. I'm sure you would too, Z. We've got those trips on the line.
Take you and I.
He's got to pick up he mentioned Homer Simpson's. I wonder if Homer Simpson made his picks for fantasy fishing here on St. John's River, because I've never seen Ronnie be so far off base as he was here.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. He was an off week.
I think we'll see a combination. I think we'll see a combination of some offshore fishing and some shallow. The full moon, I think, is Wednesday. There'll definitely be some fish up on the bed. The good thing, and what all these fishermen talk about, maybe why the population, the numbers of fish, we still got big fish here on St. John's River, but maybe not the numbers that we once had, is the lack of vegetation. There's all kinds of vegetation there at Harris Chain. So we'll see some people flipping hydrilla, some eelgrass, shell beds, lily pads. We'll see a combination of it all, and I think you'll see fish caught shallow and offshore. I really think there's a great chance. I was hoping for it here, and I really did think someone will crack 30 pounds for a single day, but I think there is a great chance we could get over 100 pounds for the total weight to win next week at Harris Chain of Lakes.
What do you think will be the predominant player as far as how they catch them?
How they catch them? I really think the winner will probably be offshore. That's just those fish live offshore. Some of those fish spawn offshore. We'll see some really big stringers, big bags, 5-fish limits caught fishing shallow and sight fishing. But I really think that offshore, either a combination of eelgrass, hydrilla, and some shell bed mixture, that's where most of those big stringers, when I've been keeping up over the last year or so of Harris Chain, that's where those giant stringers seem to come from more often than not.
Rivers and lakes, even though these complexes can be close to each other, they can be on different schedules as to when the spawn is in full flourish. What would you say it is at Harris Chain compared to on the St. Johns River?
Pretty close, but I think a little farther along. It's a little south of here, and 2 hours driving time south in Florida can be 10 or 15 degrees difference. When you're close to Jacksonville, it's still really cold, and we're not that far from Jacksonville, just about an hour south, hour and a half south. But when you move on down another hour or two, or 2.5 hours, it gets a little farther along. So I really think we're hitting the Harris Chain at about the best time we could. But what's been incredible about that chain of lakes is you see tournaments being won in June, July, and even August in Florida, taking 25, 27 pounds to win. So it's a phenomenal fishery, and it'll be a great event next week. There's no doubt about it.
Hey, Davey, you and I have trenched into a few big football games in our life together, okay? Let's pull the curtain back for all the Bassmaster Live viewers. Walk them through mentally. Give them an image of Davey Height's evening. What is your plan for the big game after the weigh-in tonight, Davey Height?
Well, it would be quite different if I was at home, but I'm going to hang out with J.O. and Mercer and Bowman and, the Bass crew. There'll be a lot of us. I think we do have a room here at the hotel that we're going to designate a Super Bowl party room. Normally, I like to cook. I like to barbecue, fix wings, that sort of thing, but I guess we'll just get takeout pizza or something. It's going to be a little different, no doubt about it.
Oh, that sucks going for it really does.
Yeah, it does.
Now, how about you, Mark Zona?
I am getting in the black rig and heading straight north and missing the game tonight. I am.
Oh, okay.
Listen to it on the radio.
All right.
Listen to it on the radio.
You should be able to see the
experience for
halftime show. I know you're a big music guy. You'll probably stop and watch that at a B-dub.
I'm actually excited about the halftime show, and I know Davey is too. We listen to that music.
One more question for you about the tournament, Davey. One more question. All these guys, and our hats are off to all these 10 who have made it to today. That represents some great work, some good decision-making, good execution. What kind of boost does it give each and every one of those to get this season off starting out with a top 10?
Oh, it means so much mentally. I guarantee you, to start the season off with a top 10 means so much, and you hopefully, especially at a back-to-back events like this, when you just go straight to the next one, that positive momentum, that energy that you have means so much. But I guarantee you, the guys that finish, in the 80s or 90s, they're going to try their very best and practice from daylight to dark to try to turn it around. But momentum in this sport means so much. Oftentimes, and Ronnie, I'm sure you know these numbers a lot better than me, but I just kind of know the vibe and the feel. Your Angler of the Year is probably going to be one of those guys, or a great chance, either the Angler of the Year or somebody battling for it is going to be one of those 10 that we see on the water today.
Well, Davey, I have a question for you. I did look up some stats this week, and I found that the guys who catch big fish, maybe the 10-pounders, they always show up day 1 and day 2 of this event. Always big ones. If we ever see a double-digit one, it's early in the event. But we hardly see 30-pound bags until day 3 and day 4. Do you have a reason why? You've caught big bags here. What is the deal with the single big fish versus the big limit?
Well, I really think that typically, now this is a little different St. John's event because we didn't have the number of fish spawning on day 1 and day 2. But typically, I know I caught a 10-pounder here one time on day 1, and it was a fish that I found in practice. I went straight to it and caught it the first morning. That explains it for most of the years, in my opinion. But this week, I don't know. And John Cox talked about that 10-pounder that has been in that area all week, and he's hooked it once and missed it another time, and he really thought he was going to catch that fish today. And he's still got a little time before he will have to head back, but it looks like he hasn't done it.
Davey, for the most part, for somebody at home that doesn't do a lot of sight fishing, when them giants come up, that Ronnie's talked about, they've been caught a lot on days 1 and 2. Tell somebody at home that window of a big female, no matter if it's Santee Cooper, down in Texas, or here, there is a very, very small, you may see them, but there's a very small window where they're actually catchable.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Z, and you're right. You'll see them, and that's what was going on. It's unusual to even see one for 3 or 4 days in a row like John has. I guess 3 days. I don't know if he saw it today. Probably not, since we haven't heard any good report of him catching a big one. But you'll see them, and they'll just be suspended, sitting over 20, 30 feet away from the male on the bed, and you just cannot get them to bite. I mean, very, very seldom can you get one of those bite. And then when they actually do get up there and get locked on, that's your golden moment. But then when they actually start the spawning process, then it gets very, very almost impossible to catch them then, and then they're gone. And all of that can take place in 24 hours, sometimes maybe 48 hours, depends on the temperatures. It goes faster, obviously, with the warmer temperatures. But the actual amount of time that you have the opportunity to really have a good chance at catching that fish is probably, 4 hours or so most of the time.
Davey, I thank you so much for all the great reporting, all the great hosting you have done. Part of the team effort this week, the great Davey Height with us, and it's going to be at the weigh-in, I'm sure, and we'll enjoy his Super Bowl evening with the aforementioned pals that he's going to hole up in that hotel room.
Pizza.
You bet, hotel room pizza.
Hey, getting after it.
That can be good, too.
One thing that's very, very different from Davey was talking about, we hear a lot of guys that find spawning bass, females and males together, largemouth. One of the big differences in a largemouth and a smallmouth, a female smallmouth, and I've done it a long time, a lot of those really big stringers of spawners that people see up on, say, the St. Lawrence or you see in northern Michigan, those are giant males. Those are not females. Yes, they're old males. And really a female smallmouth is not around for a couple days. They're around for like a couple hours
canals
and
like this
gone.
Right here, it's pretty
gone.
shallow.
It's very
like
much faster process is what I'm saying. When you hear about those 24 to 27 pound bags of smallmouth up beds, Those are old giant males.
So they are afflicted with the same sort of distractedness and not really thinking about threats. And just like a female would be in these situations with large.
What's funny is you see in a lot of our northern lakes, and I know we have a bunch of viewers that fish all the, you know, they love the pre-spawn because that's when you see those giant 6 to 8 pound smallmouth. But when those big females come up to spawn, those 6 to 8 pounders, I'm not talking about the 4.5 to 5.5 pound smallmouth, is they are up there and they are done. Wow. As fast as they can be done. Here's what I'm saying is, you'll see them floating around a little bit for a few hours before they find a boyfriend, and you will not see them cruising those flats again until after the spawn.
They're down the road.
Down the road.
Wow.
But one thing that's different, I guess, the males, those big males, they will stick around for a long duration as far as the smallmouth goes.
That's fascinating.
Weeks at a time.
Well, all of our guys, you know, usually these anglers, especially on the final day, have a sixth sense about kind of where they're standing on this day. I don't know, in a place like St. John's, maybe that radar is not as good because there's just so many X factors, so many free radicals floating around there.
John Cruz doesn't like to put a weight number that he's shooting for that day because of that reason.
Well, he's got reason to hope for the time to pass quickly. We're getting into the last hour, the last opportunities for these 10 anglers on this day. John Cruz and all the pursuers still have a little time to make something happen.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Getting into the final hour of fishing here on the St. John's River, first stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we're getting near the end of this first event. Championship Sunday, and there's our 10. Hats off to these 10 who've worked so hard to do that.
Yes.
Micah Frazier, Stetson Blaylock, Drew Cook working hard to come from way down in the depths of the leaderboard to get to the top 10. Patrick Walters, always tough here. Fourth time, is that right, Ronnie, that he's been in the top 10 here? Patrick Walters, Austin Felix. We'll be getting out to him in a little while. Let's take a look at our final Unlock the Lake.
So we're going to do here in the Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. We're going to flip-flop here. We're going to start from up north and work our way south of the St. John's River towards Palatka. We're actually going upriver right now, gang, for the town of Palatka. You can see where a lot of damage was done. There was a lot of main river fish this time around. A lot of fish in the canal from Palatka down to Crescent that we got to see on days 1 and 2. And really the main river stretch that played the most was from Palatka to the mouth of Rodman. No doubt about it. Obviously, the canal heading up towards Rodman. Rodman looks like it was a way bigger player this time around than in years past.
Well,
I mean, they done stomped on him there for a while. Minn Kota unlocked the lake. Only thing that's a little bit depressing is when you get down towards Lake George. Pretty good in the springs, but the predominant amount, Lake George was dead. See from south of Lake George towards Astor, a lot of fish. See probably some of Gary Klaus's fish there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen.
7-9.
What's that?
7-9 right there.
Oh, that's nice. From there, we're going to actually go out with Austin Felix, Bassmaster.
Live.
Thanks. Yeah. I think I heard Gary Klaus say, Such, he felt it was just too cold.
Why?
I don't know.
Hey, remember, he had a great flurry
Austin
last
Felix
year.
hooked up live.
Be a bass, please.
He caught 25 pounds in 50 minutes last year.
It is. It's a giant bass. Oh, God, he's barely hooked. He's barely hooked. We need this one. He's got one. Just got the back hook. He's only got the back hook. No! Oh, he ain't as big as I thought, man. He's a good one. Just barely had him. Ow. Too sticky. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You'll pick up some weight there. Might move him up. Probably will move him up at least one position. Masayuki Matsushita. Huh?
Oh, I don't know. Change.
Oh, he has done some work with that swim jig.
Something we could also see next week.
Absolutely. Golly, it looked like he was fishing in a hurricane, like in 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Maybe change.
Boy, great rookie performance, man. Rookie of the week, Matsushita.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Ron Moore?
We have seen a lot of different baits this week, Z, as I make it over to the screen of knowledge. Seen a lot of different baits factor, and we'll see some more show up at the Harris chain to wrap up our Florida swing to start the season. But I want to go through our Bass Pro Shops top lures, kind of lures that maybe that were on the radar, but they haven't been factors in the past, and that would have to be a lipless crankbait. The Storm Arashi vibe was huge and has been huge for Bob Downey. We heard about his day one. We saw him on bonus coverage with a 7-pounder and the Storm Arashi vibe down the gullet. A lot of these fish are getting the lipless crankbait great this week. We saw Brian New day one using that. We've seen Drew Cook also utilize the Spro Uruku shad as another lipless crankbait form. Now, as we get into Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, Z, doing our last wrap-up of the tournament, I wanted to give kudos away. I've talked about my team enough. I've talked about your team enough, Z, and all its pitfalls that, whatever. I
don't have one.
But I wanted to give some credit to the guys who have done well. And overall, the Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing team that's at the top of the leaderboard for all of fantasy fishing is Mr. or Mrs. Froghair. That is the team name. And they have almost nailed everything, including the tiebreaker weight, 78 pounds.
Wow.
We're getting very close to that weight as well. So not only did they nail the tiebreaker weight, but they had Patrick Walters, John Cruz, John Cox, all of them fishing today, as well as Micah Frazier. Their only person who missed the cut, Jamie Hartman, 16th place. A fabulous 5-team lineup for them. Also wanted to give some love to Basscast 84, I believe, for the Mercury Drain the Lake team, 8-man selection. This is the best team so far. You had to have over 2,000 points to be in the running for that. Have John Cruz there. You get double points if you select the winner as well. So if John Cruz wins this event, Basscast 84 will get double points there. Also had Micah Frazier, Drew Cook, Patrick Walters, all in the top 10. Rounded out the team with Taku, Scott Martin, Scott Canterbury as well, and Jay Yellis. I like the team. It's a great team, but I will say, you use Taku Ito down south in Florida.
Yeah,
I made the mistake last year of doing that. It's hard not to use him up north. He spent a lot of time at Lake Oahe as well, even though it'll be his first elite event there.
Ron, two picks for Harris Chain.
I think we could see another Drew Cook sighting.
Two Drews.
And I'll give you a rookie. I'll give you a guy, and then I'll give you a rookie. I'll give you Josh Douglas. Watch for Josh Douglas at the Harris Chain.
Okay.
Yeah.
With Drain the Lake, from that aspect, who's someone that you can use here undoubtedly and better than anywhere else?
I think I'm going to go a little Jacob Porosnik for Drain the Lake. I'm going to go Drew Cook and Drew Benton. I'm going all in to make up some points this week. Not
You're
messing
gonna
around
save him
anymore.
for the classic, Ronnie.
I do.
Who?
Porosnik.
Porosnik? No, because he'll be overvalued then. Overvalued.
Oh, I see.
Porosnik's a very, very big classic favorite.
For sure.
24
For
minutes
sure.
and 30 seconds.
2 fifth-place finishes at Hartwell in the past.
One of them he should have won without a fog delay. Yes.
Cold delay.
No, cold delay. That was when they were frozen to the trailers. They could not launch.
David Mullen's still trying to find the next spot. He had a good, successful stop on a bad 30 minutes ago.
It was that year it was frozen, wasn't it?
It was. Yes, it was. 2015.
Is that,
He got 5th, and then 2018 he got 5th.
so the one that was delayed was because of freezing temps?
It was the coldest classic in history. Yep. Like single-digit temps. What was Such?
9 degrees,
9 degrees.
coldest classic ever, 2005.
I remember Steve Lund's boat was stuck to the bunks on the trailer.
That's
We're working
several
to get Mike's
boats had that happen.
Mark Zona's mic fixed.
We were in the
real quick.
helicopter, and the launch was delayed, and we had no idea what was going on the ground.
Hey, Z, I think you're back.
So we just circled and circled. And
It's all running together, man.
There he is.
Who I mean, Jacob Porosnik was hot that morning. He was. I mean, fit to be tied.
Oh, who else you got for the Classic, Z? Little Hank Cherry, three-peating?
I think if it stays cold,
potentially?
Hank Cherry, sure. If it stays cold, yeah. I think Porosnik's a dude that's going to catch him if it's cold or warm. For a sentimental pick, somebody that obviously has done great there, not only in Bassmaster events, but Jason Christie. I think that's a very solid pick there.
Yeah, if he would have caught one more keeper.
How about
Got
some
a score to
Classic
settle
champ.
it. Yeah.
Yep.
Most
Well,
likely.
Yep.
Locals, Walters, maybe Cobb. Brandon
Sure.
Cobb.
That's. I
Who's
think
going to be number one chalk, Ronnie, at the Classic?
Cobb.
Cobb.
Yeah.
100%.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. Okay.
I think Taku Ito's going to catch him, and we were talking about that earlier this tournament, Ron.
Yeah, Taku. I think that sets up really well for his
Yeah.
style.
Stetson Blaylock.
I think Stetson will
He'll do
show
well.
out pretty solid.
He does good in Classics, too.
Yes.
And I promise, John Cruz, with what he has in his live, what do we have, man? Like 16?
16-1.
16-1.
Yeah, I
By 17 and a
guarantee
half.
he does not feel safe right
No.
now.
I was going to ask
And
you
you don't
that.
think he has 61. You think he has 17.
I think he has a little more, but even if he had, with what he got to see yesterday on the
no,
stage,
yeah.
he
You
could
gotta
be at
think he'll
20
be-
and still be scared.
Yeah, right. Rightfully so.
But has he assessed the weather conditions and thinking maybe John Cox's sight fishing may not
Yeah,
be
and
as
it being sunny and
productive?
calm would be even more terrifying for him right now.
And it's gotten where he is, Sonny.
You're crazy, Suge.
Let's indulge one final time this week in some Striker Daily Trivia, shall we?
Yes.
I think it'd be good. Here's the question. We pose it to you. How many Angler of the Year positions did Josh Straisner climb in 2021's final event to win the Rookie of the Year? How
know that
many
one.
positions did he climb in
Ronnie
the final
knows it
event?
already. Ronnie knows it.
Ronnie thinks he knows it.
AOY positions.
Yeah.
Or is it
Yeah,
ROY?
not. AOY positions.
AOY
overall.
All right.
I know you know
Take
that
a
it was
peek at
4
Check
anglers he
yourself.
climbed over.
Sucha knows.
Make your picks. We'll be right back to pay it off.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Less than an hour's fishing time for these anglers here, the 10 who have made it thus far. Congrats to them. Our Striker Daily Trivia question. Well, here it is. We'll repeat it here. How many Angler of the Year positions did Josh Straisner climb in 2021's final event to win Rookie of the Year? Was it 2, 4, 6, or 8? That would have been up there at the old
place.
St. Lawrence.
St.
Yep.
Lawrence
The
and Lake
old
Ontario.
Stomping ground.
Stomping grounds. I'm going to go, it's either C or D.
Yep.
And I'm going D.
I'll go D as well, 8.
C for me. 6.
It is D. He
you
started
just bet it's gonna be
35th,
D.
got up to 27th.
And he jumped
passed
4
Justin
anglers.
Hamner, KJ Queen, Brian New, and Matt Robertson to win a Rookie of the Year title.
Brian New was bummed about that.
And he won by
was
like
he?
12 points as well.
Yes.
It wasn't like it was close either. That's how
Really?
he was 5th in Rookie of the Year, 55 points behind. And
Straisner-
needed them to stumble, and they did.
Straisner said he was solely worried about qualifying for the Classic. And he didn't even think he had a shot at winning Rookie of the Year.
Boy, taking a look at that map right there, our anglers, our top 10 anglers on the water right now, I'm talking about spread out. Matsushita on the bottom end of Crescent. See some guys, bottom end of Lake George right now.
How far run back does John Cox have?
Well,
about
I'd put him at
50 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say he's about done. He's about done, yeah. Such.
Z, in your opinion, just having looked at that map there, any places that were overlooked in your mind, or that surprised you that they weren't visited as very much?
I thought the south end of George, like we always see it. Dude, we always see from the south end of George to Astor 1 or 2 top 10 finishes.
Yeah.
We did not this time. Did not. Granted, you've got Mullins down there right now, but this is the first time he's visited the whole tournament. But I constantly, for everybody at home, we're able to see where all the anglers are fishing from days 1 to now. They really didn't even get a ton of pressure this tournament.
Yeah. Do we ever, who was it? Zaldane took us to do a little mat fishing. I don't know if we...
I will. Here's one thing I guess that does surprise me. Now that we've seen this body of water really its entire complexion change without eelgrass, and you can't stress it enough. Look, man, this is a different place now when the Bassmaster Elite Series comes here. Like, here's what's strange is a lot of these anglers that are in the field right now would not even know where to start if there was eelgrass, because they've never seen it. They've only experienced it in this condition. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
I think the most amazing thing is the way that this body of water has changed, and I think conditions played into it this time. Was the main river really from Palatka to Walatka, the main river stretch, was a much bigger player this time around than any of the years past.
Yeah. That was kind of an afterthought place in some years past.
Yeah, that was where you would go when you ran to Lake George and someone was on your spot. You had to go back up towards the docks in that region of the river.
Don't forget, we talk a lot about the Harris chain coming up next week. That is next week. I mean, next Thursday, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We're going to tee it up right here.
Up for that one, Tommy.
Bassmaster.com. Thursday, 8 a.m. Eastern.
Be fine. How y'all doing today?
Give Patrick Walters credit. He went for it today. Several anglers kind of gambled quite a bit and left what their primary gig has been the entire tournament.
How close do you think that final weight's going to be? Right now, between Cruz and Downey, do you think it's less than a pound? Do you think it's a pound?
Between them?
Yeah, like at the final weigh-in.
Oh, I think Cruz is going to win by several pounds as of right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. More than we have it at 2.7, I think he's going to win by more than that.
Okay. Because I know that once he gets 26, 27, it's hard to judge how close to 30 it could be. But also at the same time, there were some solid fish from Cruz that went in as normal keepers, 2 3/4 to 3 pounds.
Real good fish.
John Cox's 31-15 had 26 on Bass Track yesterday.
This is a 754 Dobbins Ecstasy series and a really lightweight reel. Just because if you do this stuff all day long, you can get fatigued. But I got 22-pound sunline shooter and 1/4 ounce tungsten, a 4 G.F.S. heavy cover worm hook, and apply maximum pressure, no drag, set the hook, winch them to the boat, and flop them in. Anything, I mean, really, just, you know, your rod doesn't have to be super heavy for flipping this stuff. I would say 7.3, medium heavy, all the way to 7.6. You know, you don't want anything too big because you're, you know, there's no really need for it. And I do sometimes flip the pads with braid too, but this water's so clear in Rodman. I went with the fluorofluorocarbon. Just my mind, I wouldn't miss a bite.
Ronnie, I'm going to throw that back at you, friend.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, was right.
Do I think it's going to be close?
It sounds like you do.
Well, I just was thinking of Cruz's first victory. It was 1 ounce in the Cal Delta. You know, I didn't know if it would be another close one for him or this one's much more...
If one of them will bite it, I'll show you how to reel one in.
At ease, you know?
Uh-huh.
But I do think it's very impressive.
Call a number then.
16 bass for Downey compared to his 20, how close it could be.
What are you talking, like 12 ounces?
I think it's going to be 1-3.
Wow, you think it's going to be that tight right
I think Downey's got 28 at least, maybe some more, obviously.
Wow. All right.
Just saw Austin Felix pack things up, head out. Yeah. About that time for him with 45 minutes left or less before check-in time.
Do you remember Downey when he was weighing his 8-pounder? They put in as an 8 going 8, and then hearing a .345 or something like that afterwards. So yeah, that's almost close to another half pound right there. One fish.
Last few casts for many of these guys, except for the ones fishing around Palatka. There have been a good many fish caught around Palatka in that general area during the course of the week. I wouldn't say it's been a winning spot, but it's been good for a few keepers through the day. But they're going to make the last final push toward the weigh-in coming up at 3:30 Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. Don't miss that.
Because we're coming back.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Oh, wait. Right, straight out of the...
What?
Straight out of the
We
break.
haven't done that before. You're so... Never mind, it was close.
Whoa,
yeah,
no.
oh, it was really close.
Yeah.
For the Power Pole replay of the day, not close with this guy right here, John Cruz. We have covered you for about 2 decades, and fair to say, one of the best performances we had. No, it's not one of the best performances we have seen from John Cruz. It is by far the best tournament performance on the Bassmaster Elite Series that you and I have covered with this veteran.
Yeah.
By far, John Cruz, you are the Owen Crumweed of this event. You are the power pole. And listen, that's a compliment, my friend.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Every single move John Cruz has made from day one all the way here to championship big game Sunday. Kind of living with a jerkbait and a drop shot. Days 1 and 2 transitioning over to a bladed jig. Yesterday and today, you are the power pole replay of the day, my friend. And fair to say, man, that dude earned this one.
Oh, absolutely, he did. Every day, he excelled. Every day, he overachieved.
He would be the first angler to go wire to wire. Could be the first angler to do so.
understand we have some footage from, they said John Cox from day 3?
Yeah, we retrieved a little bit. I got with Marshall Daniel, and he crushed it yesterday with his video camera, getting a couple catches.
Okay.
Sorry we did not get them earlier in the day, but the brain kind of clicked on at noon, and we searched those down to
so
find
you've
a
got
couple.
that. You've
I
got that
them.
loaded
Yes,
up and ready
I got
to go.
them. I'm not showing anybody. I'm just watching them right here.
Oh, great.
No, I'm just kidding. We should be able to roll those John Cox catches from his 31-15 day, at least 3 of those catches, but this is John Cox, day 3.
Got it.
Come on, Daddy needs you. Come on. 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 Come here. Daddy needs you. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, the hook fell out. Oh my gosh. What a freaking giant. Oh my gosh, she was getting so mad. Oh my gosh.
That was one of his 5 that went 31-15. Not sure if that was the 8-5 or not. Might have been.
Come on. It's gonna be a baby today. Come on. Come on.
I'm talking about straight.
I got her. There we go. That's gonna be our little one. I can feel it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, down the throat. Oh.
Thank you, Daniel, for the
good job.
For the bonus coverage there. There was another video in there.
Quick
it was just
how-to
vertical
on how to
video.
catch 32 pounds.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is astounding by John Cox is that if his bass track's pretty accurate, he's been out of signal all day long, and when we do get the footage in from his day to day,
we're gonna get
we
it
will
up.
definitely showcase it. But 9 pounds on day 1, 13 on day 2, and 12 possibly on day 4.
All the conditions are just
All
right.
those combined barely are more than his day 3 total. That is just how you think you could be on something crazy and it just revert back to what it was, or it doesn't work out.
One of the things that John Cox said last night, he had it down to a definitive number. Such was talking about that 10-pounder, but he said in that area right below Rodman, he said, I feel like there's 4 to 6, like he had it to a number. He said, I feel like there's 4 to 6 females left in that little 40-yard stretch. And it doesn't look like, by looking at his bass track, that he got any of those to bite today.
Does not.
And those were ones that he laid his eyes on.
That was some impressive footage, though. My goodness. Sorry we missed that yesterday, but we just didn't really. And we didn't have him high enough up the leaderboard to send a camera.
He didn't have himself up high enough
Yeah.
on the leaderboard, Tommy. It's not your fault.
Well, I feel bad anyway.
Even though Facebook said it was Tommy's fault.
Weigh-in coming up right here, Bassmaster.com, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Won't take long. We'll see if John Cruz can get it done. Wire to wire for the first time an Elite Series angler here on the St. Johns River. That's the definite possibility. Or has there been a miscalculation? Maybe a last-minute catch by Bob Downey? Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Not taking anything off the table just yet. It's going to be exciting either way. Cannot wait to get there and get this thing resolved. Head on down the road for the next stop on the Bassmaster Elite Series, which is the Harris Chain.
Yes, great first event. And really, coming to this tournament, that is actually how we opened the show. You would have thought there'd be 0 bass caught this week. And as usual, whenever we're at the St. Johns River and the bass that live in this place, definitely the star. This was actually a grinder of a tournament for a lot of the anglers for covering this tournament, but St. Johns River, man, always shows up for Bassmaster Live.
I will say you nailed it. Day 1 when we talked, we were talking during a commercial break. We said, what is it, 75 to 78 pounds going to be caught this week? And we said we agreed upon that mark. And that is exactly what John Cruz did. And Bob Downey and the rest of them.
Oh,
So much fun. We will see you next week at the Harris Chain. Weigh in at 3:30.
Bassmaster Live! Yeah!